Well, good evening. I've got 6:01, so I guess it's time we can get started. I'll call this meeting to order. This is meeting of the Manitou Springs City Council. It's a work session for December the 14th, 2021, and it is our last scheduled meeting of this year. So with any luck at all, we won't see ourselves until this time next year after tonight. So that said, I'll go ahead and call the roll. Councilor Shada, Councilor Johnson, Councilor Chandler,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Present.
Councilor Wolf, Councilor Bremner, and the mayor also showed up. So good, we got a full house. Discussion, we have 4 items tonight. The first will be a police department update. We have Chief Otto here and Sergeant Savine. And so without further ado, Bill, if you'd like to give us your take.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Kind of twofold what I want to talk about tonight. First, quickly, the 2022 police goals. I'll go over those real quick, answer any questions you may have, and then we will get into the organizational assessment and where we're at on that. As always, for the 2022 goals, just like 2021, staffing. It's my goal I've said from the very beginning is that I want to get our staffing up to what we're authorized and keep it there. We are right now in the process, we have 2 recruits, one that will be in doing some testing Friday and one who is finished with everything except for I think a psych test. So we should have 2 more rounding us out to being 1 down with those 2. I'm guessing mid-January we should have those 2 other people on. So we're looking pretty good. Another part, and I've talked about this before, is retaining our current staff. Retention is very important to me and to us as a city. We need to keep the people that are here. We need to keep them here, keep them happy, keep them working, keep them in Manitou Springs. It's easy to say that, but you've got to do something for these people to want them to keep them here. We've already implemented quite a few things. We've gotten our officers involved with the crisis negotiation unit, the regional one. We've had some other trainings come up. We have range masters, defensive tactics instructors, things like that. Things that I think it's not necessarily an increase in pay, status, anything like that, but what it does is gives the officers, especially some of the younger ones, something to shoot for. Get the opportunity to experience another part of the policing culture and what's out there, what they can use, what they can teach to their fellow officers. And of course, an increase in salary would help. I know we're going to be talking more about that earlier next year, but that is one of my main goals as far as retention, is to keep the people we've got. We've got some fantastic officers, and we don't want to lose them. They leave I think we've had 2 leave in the past 6 months, and they have gone on to other agencies. They weren't fed up, tired of being here. It was just best for them and their family that they go somewhere else. And that's how we've lost 2 of them. 2 of them happen to be sergeants. I haven't brought this up before. I have been looking into it for 2022, the Beacon unit. And what it is a behavioral connection. And they're trying to regionalize this unit. Colorado Springs Police Department has one. The El Paso County Sheriff's Office has one. EPSO, what they have done is they've incorporated Fountain, Monument, and maybe it's Palmer Lake. What they do is they're kind of like a roving mental health unit. They have a sworn officer, driving the vehicle to handle the police issues, and they have a mental health treatment person, a certified clinician that rides with them. And what they do, they come down here now to assist us if we need them. They have a wonderful program. The stuff they're able to do that the normal officer out on the street, the training and all that stuff, they have it. Like I said, they've got a certified clinician with them on board. They provide resources, they provide follow-up. That's something I'm looking at. The beauty about the Beacon unit is they're funded by a grant from the Colorado Department of Human Services. So what I would kind of envision is talk with them a little bit more, get with Ms. Howe to set up a time and I can come present to the council and have some of these folks from the Beacon unit come as well to tell you about the services they provide and how we as a community can gain from it. In preparation, if you remember, I talked about us stamping our calls. We should have that collected data by the end of this month for the year. And if you recall as well, I was interested in mental health calls, homeless calls, and things of that nature. When I get those final numbers in, it'll give us a better gauge of what we really need, if it's something we even need down here. They're going to be a little skewed because I don't think we actually got into that stamping until probably the April-May timeframe, so we may be off by a couple months. But I think it'll be a pretty good indication whether or not this might be a program we might be interested in. Another one of our goals, as we all know, with the biggest thing going now is the electric-powered vehicles. We did take possession of the 2 e-bikes a couple weeks ago, and I'll be the first one to admit when I walked into the store, I was skeptical what application we could use them for in the police department. I rode it as a demo, and I liked it. We decided to go ahead with the purchase. Pedigo is the name of the business that we got them from, and they gave us a fantastic deal. Pretty much, it was a 2-for-1 deal. So we had 2 of these e-bikes completely outfitted to include helmets, the police packages. We got 2-for-1. They were incredible. They donated it. The second bike, we definitely need 2 bikes out at once. It's not a single person operation. If we're going to have officers out on a bicycle, they need to have some cover with them at all times. So that worked out well, and I can tell you from now that I've ridden it a few times, I'm kind of hooked. So I take it out every opportunity I can get, unless it's cold. And the response from the community was fantastic. And I say that cars would stop while I'm riding the bike, wave me down, not because they had a police problem, because they wanted to talk to the cop on the bike on the street instead of through a car glass window. It was a great response. We rode them in the parade the other night and got nothing but rave reviews. Like I said, I was skeptical. I'd be the first to admit it, but I think it's going to be very, very good for the city. We've already started talking about the electric vehicles. Excuse me. We have test drove a hybrid Ford Police Interceptor a couple months ago. Was not thrilled with that at all. And in fact, I told them we were not interested in it. Doing a little research on the hybrid stuff, and everybody we talked to, there was just nothing saying that was the way to go. We've talked to a few, I don't know if I'll call them experts in the area, but we've talked to some of the dealerships, some of the local experts, I guess. I can call them that. And it's their opinion that you either go electric or you stick with your gas cars. making that move to a hybrid vehicle is really not worth it. I think the savings on gas mileage are like one. Um, they're very jerky. I don't know if anybody has one. At least this one was, and it was probably because it was a bigger SUV. But we were not impressed with those at all. We did start making some inquiries and for future purposes on these electric vehicles, totally electric. I haven't driven one. Did learn a lot about them. They're still pretty new to the police world. They do sell them. The problems they're having are getting them replacement parts and getting police packages for them. Currently, there's a study between Ford Motor Company in Michigan and the Michigan State Patrol. They're trying them out. Haven't heard a lot of great things about them yet, but I think it's because it's brand new. And I recognize that, you know, the way our country is trying to head is erasing that carbon footprint and moving to electric vehicles. We want to try to get out ahead of the game a little bit and do a little bit more research on it. Right now, without having driven one, I know they're more expensive than the hybrids and then the gas vehicles. That's a work in progress, but one of our goals is to really get with somebody who's going to be able to give us the ins and outs. Finding them around here, from what I understand too, is tough. You're definitely going to have to go somewhere else, more than likely, or have it ordered in. And again, like I said, the cost is more for a vehicle. Then you have the charging stations, and then they have rapid chargers. So you have to down a vehicle overnight for 5 to 6 hours to get a full charge, unless you buy the rapid charger, which can do it in 2 or 3 hours. But it's a bunch of money for these rapid chargers. So those are a couple of the things that we're looking at for 2022. The last one I want to talk about before we move into the assessment is community relationships. And I know it's important to everyone in this room, as well as myself and Commander Savine. We are going to continue conducting our community meetings. And that's with the districts, the business, coffee with a cop, and we would love to get out, and we're going to schedule this with the schools. Visit the schools, set up some displays, and talk to the kids, improve those relationships with the students here in Manitou Springs. I think we can probably get that going first quarter of next year. Another topic, or part of the community relations bit, would be we've come up with a hot dog socials. Everybody's heard of ice cream socials. Well, we come up with a hot dog social, and what we're kind of envisioning there is maybe out in front here having some hot dog cooker, griller, whatever they're called, have a few displays from the police department out there, and just get to stop and meet with the citizens and the tourists and the visitors, and let them get to know us, and we get to know them. We did do a coffee with a cop over the summer, and to me that was the most successful event we had. We will definitely do more of those this year. Those are more, I don't know how many people made it from the council or from the city workers who made it there, but it was very informal. I think we ended up with a couple different news crews showing up, and they were talking with the cops. We had people from State Patrol, the sheriff's office, Ms. Howell was there, and it was, what I liked about it was very informal, and it was just, hey, why do you do this? Why do you do that? What is your opinion on this and that? It was very formal, and it was very, it was fun. It was very fun, but I think maybe scheduling them quarterly would probably be beneficial to the city. in my opinion, a successful community outreach. Those are kind of a few brief things, some of the bigger topics for 2022 that the police office is going to attempt to get taken care of. Before I move into the assessment, answer any questions we have on that, on any of the things I talked about, and see if we can't clear some stuff up.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks, and I have a question and, over here,
Oh, I'm sorry.
a question and a comment. My first is a comment, and that's when I first moved to this city, I went to the Mardi Gras parade, and the police, Manitou police were out there with beads around their neck. And that to me just said, this is the community I want to live in. I'm so happy I live here. Between that and the chair project
Okay.
were two of the things. And same with the other night, Saturday night at the parade. I love seeing the e-bikes out there, but more importantly, the e-bikes had lights on them. You know, they wrapped them to decorate them for the parade. So I'm just, it seems like the force is really internalizing the spirit of Manitou, and I think that that is really important because it's so different here from other police jurisdictions. So, and I think that adopting that culture has been, it's important to me, and it's one of the reasons I like to live here. So I just wanted to say that as a comment. But my other, I do have one question, not really a question, it's just I would ask you to consider writing your goals as SMART goals. And I love what you've selected as your primary focus for the next year. But I think it would be helpful to me anyway, if they were written as SMART goals, measurable,
Sure. Absolutely.
specific, and so on. So, thank you.
Okay.
Judith?
Thank you, Chief Otto. I also wanted to say that I've gotten some really positive feedback from the e-bikes as well. So I think it's just the community seeing officers out there and approachable, and I think it's a great thing. So I wanted to tell you that. I have a question for you. So I'm very interested in making sure that we have a fully staffed police force that's happy and feel like this is a place that they can grow in their career. So I'd like to start with so just taking this year, 2021, what has been the turnover this year? And where do we stand currently? You said 2 recruits, but you wanted 17 fully staffed. So could you just kind of give me a lowdown on what's going on this year as we go into 2022?
Yes, ma'am. We are authorized 17 sworn officers, 1 full-time employee civilian, and 1 part-time employee, a civilian employee. And that part-time civilian employee is our evidence technician. The full-time is our admin assistant. We have 8, the way we have it broken down, and we've changed it up a little bit, but we should have 8 patrol officers. I'm sorry, 11 patrol officers, we have 8. So we have 3 openings on patrol. We have 1 school resource officer position, we have that filled. We have 2 sergeant positions, we have those filled. We have a commander position, that has been filled. We have a detective position that is vacant for now. So to break it down, we have 4 slots that are open within the department, 3 of which are patrol, 1 is detective, which we are waiting on. I believe probably by the first quarter of this year, we'll figure that one out. Folks, I tell you, I know people get tired of hearing about the recruitment of police officers and everybody, you know, every business out there is struggling to get employees, and we're no different. In fact, I think it's probably harder. We're in a competitive market. We have 2 large agencies up the road. We have a smaller one south of us in Fountain. We have to have to have things that bring people that want to come here. And I can tell you the last two people that I've hired have loved the small town atmosphere. They came here, the pay was good enough. They came, they did their ride-alongs with our officers, met everybody in the department, and they loved it. So they were sold on that small town atmosphere. We have to, I think we have to pay our officers more. I know I've talked to you all before about job satisfaction, and I'm a big believer in that. I mean, people will work for less if they're very happy with where they're at. And I think that's kind of why we're keeping people. The people that have left, like I said earlier, for other opportunities, what works best for them, their family. We are always recruiting. We've revamped how we're doing it. We've written a hiring SOP. Instead of waiting till we get 15 people interested in testing and becoming an officer from Manitou Springs, we'll get one or two, and we'll schedule them, get them testing, and get them going right away. The demand for police officers is pretty high out there. It's almost like a first come, first serve. The first ones that offers a job, they're taken. So we're trying to keep up with the times, and we're not waiting like monthly, every 2 months. If we're getting a couple applicants in, like I said, we're setting the appointment for the initial testing, and we're getting them in. And we're testing them, and if they're passing the test, we're going straight through the process. I'll be perfectly honest, and it's kind of surprising to me is the number of people that actually fail that initial test. It's a written test. It's English, basic English, grammar, math. I'm not talking trigonometry. And people are just failing it. I don't know if they're going from department to department hoping to get lucky and pass, but we've had a horrible time getting people just to pass that first test. We tell them, study math, study English, grammar, you have no problem. The ones that we do get past, we're getting them through the process pretty quick, and some we've disqualified. I know I've told everybody before that I wasn't gonna, while in this position, I was not gonna just throw a body in a position just to say we have one. We want quality employees, quality police officers of high character. And we have washed a few out along the way for what we felt were probably not, they weren't going to make it here. They weren't going to be a good fit for Manitou Springs. But it's one of the priorities I've set within the office that we're going to keep at it until we get who we want and go from there. It's not to say that people still aren't going to leave for whatever reason, but if we can keep them coming in, and I've talked about building a list, I just haven't had the applicants come in to pass the test to be able to start building that list. And I'm not exaggerating when I say failing this test. We're just not getting people passing it. But we're working at it. Like I said, we have 2 that I think are going to shape up pretty good by the end of the year. So we're working at it. Incentives for the people that are here to keep the ones we've got, and work on our what we can pay these people, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in the organizational assessment. But there are things we're doing, and it's starting to pick up a little bit. We're getting more applicants as of late.
Chief, the turnover, I think you've had 3 that have voluntarily left over this last year.
I thought it was 2.
Was it 2? Maybe 2 to 3 that voluntarily left. One left definitely for pay, and the other one left for a different opportunity, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, yes. Just 2. Yes.
So and one was definitely just for,
We had a retirement at the
Okay.
beginning of the year, and yeah, it was money. A younger officer who needed more money. The one left for another opportunity at another department. So we've kept the core group pretty much intact, with those few exceptions.
Great, thank you. Chief?
Thank you.
Other questions, council? Julie?
Do they have prep courses for that test, like online things that, so you can study and get ready for the test?
They do. And we
Is it like a Kaplan thing, like those things? Like to get ready for your GREs or
yes,
whatever?
but these, I don't know how to say it without sounding condescending or smarter than I am. I don't know. I mean, they do have, to answer your question, they do. The stuff is really not that difficult, and I mean, a lot of the applicants we're getting are actually younger, right out of high school and right out of college. You would think they would remember the basics, and they're just not passing.
Is
I
it
said-
possible to tell them about, I don't know, if somebody applies, would you be able to suggest to them that here are 2 or 3 different online websites that you can pay to sign up and get a little prep course if you want?
We've done that.
Or you tell them
We tell them
where
that.
to study?
We,
Okay, my other question is, if you know, when was the last time that there was a salary assessment of the police department to see if we're where we should be in comparison to similarly sized cities? Do you know when that was last done?
2019, and that was when it was before my time, but from my understanding, that's when the police department received raises. And I don't know how far, but they were behind at the time, but Interim Chief Breister is the one who did that. Since then, I mean, and that brought, from what I understand, it brought everybody up fairly nicely. But we've lagged in the last couple years. And I've been discussing with Ms. Howe, we're going to be doing something like that again this year.
And is there no cost of living increase in the decision that was made in 2019?
Police department hasn't received the cost of living, from what I understand. I know there was none last year. And I believe since Joe Breister did his assessment, that included the COLA at the time, or was factored in somehow. Prior to him doing that, I have no idea when the last time they received one. I know there was not one last year or this year.
But then that'll be reassessed in 2022, is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
I see.
Denise, do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I was here at the end of that, and so, Counselor Fortune, you may want to add, but they put in a STEP program, which is a different program for police officers of how they get paid. It's how most police departments do it. So we put in the initial STEP program, and we will be doing a compensation study for both police and fire starting in 2022. Looking to see when that will be completed, and I'll get you updated on that once we move forward with it. We'll use the same group that just did the other the other compensation study.
And police were included in the COLA vote last week as
Right,
well.
yep,
So
they were
Yes.
included. And so nobody's really been given a COLA since 2019. You guys did it last week, which was very kind, so yes. So they followed the same way, but there's a STEP program which is different, and I think the compensation study will talk about that and how police officers are compensated differently.
Oh, thank you. My last question, I think is a quickie. Are you satisfied with the part-time evidence tech? Is that sufficient for Manitou?
I am overjoyed at the work that person has done, and yes, to answer your question short, yes, I'm satisfied.
Thank you.
Counselor Chandler?
So the compensation study, will that be coming like within the first quarter of 2022? It sounds to me like, that's a pretty important thing. Obviously, if I'm hearing you right, salaries are certainly at the forefront of recruiting and retaining good people who can pass the test. and stay here. So is that going to be fairly early in 2022 that we'll hear that compensation study results?
Can I speak on two things? So first, let me respond to that. Kelly's looking to see what we can do to get that completed and when it will be. So I will provide you an update. She's working with the group now to see what the scope of work will be and when they can do the analysis. As you know, the last one took about 6 months to do. It is pretty comprehensive. It takes time. You want a very thorough one. As you may choose as council, it may not get done till June, but then you can retro it or do something like that. But I don't want to give a date yet, so I'll work on that. The other thing I want to mention is the evidence tech has really, this gentleman is amazing at what he has done, and we will continue to evaluate that position, but what he's able to do in 20 hours is pretty amazing at this point.
Yes. And if I may, real quick, I think the pay has become more important now. I think when we talked earlier, we've talked a few times actually this year, but earlier in this year, the departments were just starting, police departments around the country were starting to lose cops to other fields, other career fields, going back to school, whatever. And the state of the country, we all watch the news, we know what's going on. People were quitting the business. So the bigger departments, not just here in Colorado, but nationwide, everybody's hurting for officers. So in order to get officers in, they got to up the pay. And what does that do to us? Well, we've got to kind of keep up as much as we can. We can sell Manitou Springs on its own for people to come here and work just by coming here and seeing what a wonderful place it is. You throw it, maybe not as competitive as something like the sheriff or the Colorado Springs police can pay, but if you can make it close, I mean, we're having to keep up with them is what I'm saying. And the state of hiring police officers throughout the country it's tough. I could tell you some incentives some of these other places are offering, and it's crazy. I could feel Denise looking at me from over here.
Sign-on bonuses of 10 to 15,000, 20,000, 25,000, which is really challenging for us, right? But we'll look at this. I think the other thing that the chief can tell you is they may pass the test, but then they don't always pass the background check.
Sure.
So there's lots that goes through this as everybody is working for trying to fill. I know Colorado Springs is bringing retirees back. There's a lot that people are doing trying to fill positions.
And that's an excellent point. I know the sheriff's office and CSPD, they're hiring back detectives that had retired to come be civilian investigators to have some kind of stopgap there from the loss. They're coming up with bonuses. I was at a speaking engagement a few months back and talking with some of the other chiefs throughout the state, and they are doing things like offering the $15,000 to $20,000 hiring bonuses, lateral bonuses for lateral officers. The incentive for 12 months of I don't know how to put it, good work. They're rewarding them by giving them a bonus at the end of the year. I mean, they're coming up with all different ways to try to keep people and recruit people. So it's challenging. It really is. And I know it's tough everywhere, all positions. The workforce is going through some problems now. And the police department is definitely not immune to that. We're feeling it. We're feeling it.
Natalie?
Sure. So, I guess, I've, read articles or whatever, but, the idea of hiring social workers, right? There's a lot of communities discussing that as a potential opportunity. And I'm wondering if while we're struggling to fill positions, if it's an opportunity to maybe bring on a social worker instead of another police officer and see if there's a way that could alleviate some of the workload in a surprising way. If we can't fill the position anyway, it seems like a low-risk opportunity maybe. But I realize it's complicated.
Well, I think I think I've probably read some of the same stuff you have, and I know that was kicked around months ago, beginning of the summer, in some of the bigger cities like Seattle and on the West Coast, East Coast. I think I haven't heard a whole lot of success stories, I'll be honest, but I think the Beacon unit I was talking about, having a certified clinician on board with a certified law enforcement officer, you're getting both in the same vehicle. And they primarily respond to the mental health type calls instead of tying up a district car who don't have a certified worker. As far as just hiring a clinical social worker in place of a peace officer, I just can't see the use for it. I don't know how that would work. I think there'd be a whole lot of liability in there.
Thank you. And with that, if we could go ahead and get on to the assessment, Bill?
Okay.
And I would mention to council that we do have several other items here, and including a 2-hour, what we anticipate could be a 2-hour parking presentation. So, Bill, if you can kind of move through this
Yes, sir.
rapidly, I'd appreciate it.
I think everybody has a copy of the memo that I wrote out. I mean, we can do this one or two ways. I can go item by item. There's only 18 of them. Or I can just answer questions on any specific
Yeah,
questions
I
in
think
regards to it.
Yeah, this wasn't a terribly long document. I think council probably had a pretty good chance to go through this, so why don't we just open up to questions?
Okay.
Questions regarding the assessment? Julie?
So are we able to access, to use, did you say, the services of the social worker?
Now,
Whatever that's called, I forget what it's called.
Beacon,
Beacon. Did you say that we've used Beacon before?
we use them all the time down here.
We do.
They come down. It's kind of
So do we pay for that?
no.
And we just, if we get a mental health call, and we realize this is probably a mental health call, you'll just call them instead of sending one of your officers?
Yes, if I keep back, I'm sorry. When it's a obvious mental health call coming out, their call signs are like Beacon 1, Beacon 2, Beacon 3. Everybody in this county knows what they're there for and who they have on board. If we have a need for a Beacon unit, dispatch will automatically send them down to us. Now, they don't work for us, but they help us out. We have a good relationship with our agencies around us, and they do that. If we could contribute and have our own, and I mean, this is very rough ideas, but to have so many units down south between Fountain, Epso, CSPD, and Manitou Springs, you have vacations thrown in, people off for whatever reason, everybody would respond to everybody's call, if that makes sense. They've been doing it for us now, and it's been working out, but I think if there was ever a conflict, there's one going on in the county, and there's one going on here at the same time, they're going to go to the one in the county first, my guess.
But so far, it sounds like you're really pleased with how that's working. You don't feel like we need a social worker on staff. Do I hear you right?
No, but ma'am, I'd be honest, I'd have to do a little bit more research on it. A social worker instead of another officer, I don't think so.
Yeah. No, but I guess what I'm trying to say is it sounds like when you need the Beacon to come on a mental health call, at least so far you've been lucky and they've been able to respond.
Yeah, yes.
We don't need our own if we can use them.
Well, how long they're willing to continue to do that for us
Well, we'll find out.
is, well, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So can I just comment on that?
Yeah, go ahead. Lynn.
So Beacon is funded by a grant, and that's grant through the Colorado Department of Human Services, and I guess my only question is, is that going to be an ongoing, do we know if that grant funding is going to continue or when that might sunset? Is there any?
I'm not sure what the sunset on it is. I don't see it going away. I think the last grant that was 5 years. The term of it was for 5 years, but I would have to do some more research. Like I said, I'm kind of in the preliminary phases of this. I first want to know if it's something we really need, and I need numbers to back that up. The grant would pay for a clinician. I think, Manitou Springs would be responsible for the officer. And that officer would have jurisdictional, which we already do, in Colorado Springs in the county as well as Manitou Springs, obviously. And we could share the workload with our neighboring agencies.
Good, thank you. Do we have other questions or comments regarding the recommendations under the assessment? I think it was pretty straightforward for the most part. Is there anything in particular you'd like to call to our attention?
Yes,
Chief?
sir. We talked a little bit about the evidence facility, and I know we have talked about this since I've been here. We have made leaps and bounds. Today, we actually finished with the remodel of the evidence room, the front and the back. And when I say we finished, Bill Ewell, who's our part-time evidence guy, the only thing left he has to do is to restock the shelves with the evidence in the items. We've had our cabinets put in, we've had our cage put in. We're getting rid of evidence that we're finding cases up there, I kid you not, that are 40 years old, of evidence that's just up there lying around. There's no purpose for it. Statute of limitations is run out, or whatever the case may be. We're cleaning out a lot of that. If you've ever been up there before, I'm going to extend an invitation as soon as he's got his ducks in a row and everything put back on the shelves, because they just finished it today. Both rooms, the front and the back. It's awesome. Our space is increased. It's clean. It's tidy. It's I can't say enough about it. I am very, very pleased how far that evidence room has come. We got great people working on it, and they did a fantastic job. But as soon as he's ready, I will extend an invitation and love for you all to come take a look at it.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other points?
I know there was just a quick thing here, while going through the recommendations when I was doing this, and I probably mentioned this before too, the Narcan. Not sure why we didn't have it before, but we've got it now. When I say we've got it now, we've got some up in the evidence room. Each officer is issued Narcan. They have one on their person. My directive was you have one in your your cargo pants, and you have one in your car. So all of our officers are now fully equipped with the Narcan, which we should have had forever and ever, but we do now. I want to make sure everybody understood that and knows that now, because we are equipped there.
Good to know. Yeah, Counselor Wolf, go ahead.
Does the school officer also carry that, I would assume?
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you. Counselor Natalie?
So I'm just looking at the last one, number 15, the policing philosophy. I love that idea of community-oriented policing, but I think I'd love to see that sort of explained maybe further over time. Like you said, it's ongoing, but I think it would go a long way in terms of the community sort of understanding sort of what that means or what our philosophy is, and because I think you're on the right track here. But, if that, because again, I love the Mardi Gras beads. I loved seeing the e-bikes around town. I love knowing the names of the officers working in this community. But if that could be articulated, maybe, like,
Sure.
I just
Absolutely.
think that, that could be really beneficial moving forward.
In a nutshell, the community-oriented policing is the police department. We exist for the community. We need to be seen in the community, not stuck in a car parked off the side of the road, and when a call comes in, that's the only time you see a cop. You should see them downtown. We should be doing things like coffee with a cop, riding e-bikes, the Mardi Gras stuff. So we're interacting with the community. They get to know us. We get to know the people we work for. And that's kind of what we're trying to do with the community meetings, the business community meetings, hot dog social, ice cream socials, whatever. It's being more visible, more accessible to the public. And like I said, we get to know them, they get to know us, and it's always not in a negative way, like a traffic ticket or going to someone's house on a call. It could be more personable, and that's our goal.
Great, thank you, Chief. Anything else from council? I guess not. Chief, thank you very much, and one thought, I'm sorry, Denise.
Do you mind if I just make a quick comment? I
No,
just want
go
to
ahead.
recognize Chief and his staff for the last year and for really finishing the assessment. You know, nothing is better than having a plan in place during the assessment and then completing it. And the fact that we pretty much completed, or he's completed the entire assessment, moved things in place and continue to move forward. He needs special recognition for that. We are able to move forward. And the next thing, of course, is in the evidence room. If you go up there and see it, it is night and day difference, which is great and secure and all of those things. And that's due to Chief's leadership. So I just want to recognize him for that.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, good point.
We got a great crew down there. We really do, the whole office.
Chief, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And when I came in, I greeted Officer Savine. I referred to him as Sergeant, but I think perhaps I was wrong. Was I incorrect?
You were incorrect, sir.
He's now Commander Savine. Okay,
Commander
congratulations,
Savine.
Commander. Good, excellent. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is discussion of the COVID-19 mask mandate. And I think we have Elizabeth from the school district, along with counselors Chandler and Johnson. So who's going to start off there?
Want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead, Elizabeth.
Hi.
Welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to see you all.
Okay.
It's hard to believe we're almost to the new year. If
Well-
I could just take a second, I just really appreciate our partnership
Li-
with the police department.
Okay, Elizabeth, can we get your name and title,
Oh,
please?
sure. Elizabeth
Usual thing.
Domingue, Superintendent of Schools for Manitou Springs School
Well, I guess we
District.
should ask for your address, too.
Oh, yeah. 934 Manitou Avenue, 307, Manitou Springs. I think that's the address.
Okay, thank
I
you.
don't write it down very often.
Okay.
So I also just want to say, really thankful for our partnership with the police department. Just tonight, we've had 2 safe to tell tips that have come in at after 3:30. And that's just a constant time that we're working together, and close relationship with the chief. It's not often that a superintendent of a school district can just pick up the phone and call the chief of police. So, and also Commander Savine and Mandy Strider, our new SRO, have been extraordinary. So thanks for their partnership. So we met last Monday, Natalie and Judith, and also our nurse, Jackie. And we really talked about just the trends that we're seeing in the fact that the COVID positive is currently decreasing, which is what we're all hoping for. And so on August 17th, when this decision was made, we were at 170 positivity cases. December 7th, it was 298. And now we're at 206, so that trend is going in the right direction. After our conversation, and I know the last time I was here, I communicated that the health department was on the verge of releasing some new information. We worked very closely, myself and other superintendents in the region, with the health department to create this guidance and recommendations. And they really sat on that for some time, and it was a lot of effort and time going into that. But what we ultimately knew is that they were waiting at least to make some changes until at least 21 days after the childhood vaccine, after children under 12 could be vaccinated. So a lot of that timing made sense. And in fact, at the time when we thought the new guidance was coming out, we thought it was a bit odd timing. And so this does make a lot more sense. So in this new guidance, and I know Natalie, I believe, shared it with all of you, essentially after Friday, school districts in El Paso County will not be allowed or required to quarantine. And that's been the most significant impact to schools, is our requirement to have to quarantine. And we've seen a tremendous decrease in that need to quarantine over this year, and really have kept our kids in person. We have quarantines in very small amounts, and oftentimes, because in the previous guidance, if you were vaccinated, recently positive in the last 90 days, or wearing a mask, then you did not have to be quarantined. And so after this Friday, all of those guidance are going to go away. So they're not going to be a requirement to quarantine. A mask are still not in the order from the health department as a requirement. They're recommended, highly recommended. And then also you can continue if you were recently positive in the last 90 days. So that's the biggest change of that guidance. I don't know if Judith or Natalie, if you want to add anything there. Just wanted to update you all on that part.
Thank you. Counselor Chandler, do you have comments?
I don't have this time. I mean, COVID's such a moving target, right? And so we met and we, right then we were talking about the guidelines. And also, really quarantining is such a tough thing anyway. And also, and this is just generally my experience, lately I've been going into Manitou more and going into stores more. And, I would say it's 60-40 when I walk into a store. People are wearing masks. So, I know that it's maybe it's really time that we have to take a look at are our efforts paying off? Number one, and are people complying? And is it making a difference? I guess that's a part of the conversation that I'd like us to think about tonight.
Counselor Johnson?
Sure. I mean, I think that in response to what Judith just said, it has, I think, become apparent through the school that the number one piece, the number one action that is making the most difference is staying home when you're sick. And that 100% of the time when COVID does enter the schools, it's someone coming in for whatever reason with a symptom. And so I think that if that's the message that we can convey, and I would say that works at my organization as well, if we all stay home when we are sick, I think that will have the biggest impact on where we are in the next few months. And so I think that was something that sort of came to light just over time in your experience.
Yeah, absolutely. In that, when we see that, and we have great relationships with our parents and with our staff and with our students, and we know that increased absenteeism is also hard on children and learning, but I think they're being responsible, and parents are as well, and that is having hands down the biggest difference. And you think about, we had two different elementary schools, Ute Pass Elementary School that was masked, and Manitou Springs Elementary School. We did not see a significant difference at all in terms of the number of students who had to be quarantined or where there was any transmission. It really came down to Natalie's point around parents letting us know if their child was sick, and then ensuring that we had good protocols of when they could return. And we have a great supply of the Binax test that allow us to, in those circumstances, really send home the test with students. And so that's a great opportunity. And now the test kits have two, because sometimes folks are testing too early. And so they test on this day and then test again 48 hours or when you're supposed to be returning, just to have that extra level of security. And there's no cost to that. And we're getting another shipment. I think I got an email a couple days ago for another shipment of about 600 tests. So those are opportunities that are put in place. But ultimately, we also, we know that some of the concerns about mental health and learning with mask on and all of the impacts that is having on the social emotional wellness and ability to connect with students, for them to connect with each other. And we just really want to take that community approach to recommending mask being an important part of, they're not going to be going away in a sense that COVID is still there and we can use them responsibly in certain settings and just have that targeted mask wearing.
Thank you.
Dr. Domain, now that everyone age 5 and above has access to the vaccine, can you tell us what the vax rate is now for the kids 5 and above?
Yeah,
that
it's a
weren't-
little harder with the 11 and under because they're, like, we had a clinic today. It's the second round of the first vaccine. So we'll get more concrete specific data. But the first time we offered the childhood vaccination we were offering it right at the church right across from Manatee Springs Elementary School. The parking lot is just way easier for families to come to. We had over 100 students that day. That's a big deal when you think about Manatee Springs Elementary School. It nearly has 500 students. So we're offering another clinic tomorrow in Green Mountain Falls at the Church of the Wildwood. So we're seeing, if I had to make an estimate right now, at least probably 30 to 40%, which is, not significant, but for that age group. And then our 12 and up is way higher. When the last time we checked, it was in the upper 60s. And then our staff vaccination rate is high as well. We're seeing, if there's a positive case in staff who are vaccinated, those breakthrough cases. But like I said, our staff are monitoring symptoms very well. We have, I don't know the last time we've had to quarantine a staff member. I don't know. It's been a while. So I think thankful for our staff and their diligence there.
Okay.
So last night at our Board of Education, our board talked, and our recommendation to City Council is that after we return in January for the second semester, that we return with our students and staff not required under the mask order to wear a mask in schools. So that's our recommendation, and I shared that with our Board of Education, that we would be sharing that with you all tonight as well.
Okay, thank you. And I noticed that recommendation is included on the 6th slide in the presentation. The last sentence on that says, how will this recommendation impact our businesses and our citywide mask requirement? And I think maybe we can all kind of speculate on that, but would any of you members of the task force like to elaborate on that? Natalie?
I know that last night with the board, when we started talking about the recommendation, they said, oh, and I bet the businesses will be thrilled too. And I said that our task force is not connected to the business community conversation around mask wearing. And so it was more for us to say, okay, at what point does this task force sort of do its part, and then how do we then continue the conversation to expand that beyond the school? And so it really was a question of, like, what does council want to do as we move forward? And again, just that idea that our next council meeting will be 2 days before school goes back into session. And so it is kind of a weighted conversation for us to have so that we can empower the schools to do what they need to do. So.
Right, I understand. Councilor Chandler?
I also think that it's kind of an apple or an orange moment for us because, so this Friday at noon, are students out at?
That's right.
Okay,
Yes.
so they're out until the 6th of January. Is
The
that right?
6th, yes, that's right.
6th. And so, so it's a little different scenario. They won't be in contact with each other. The teachers will be home, enjoying family. So we can't apply that same scenario to the business community. I really feel that because we have 2 potential super spreader events still, we have Christmas and New Year's for the rest of us. I would be comfortable considering taking another look at relaxing the citywide business, mask mandate 2 weeks after New Year's, so about mid-January. I think that would be a safe approach. So that would be my thought for conversation. But I at this point, because of the data, I feel comfortable with the school district having masks optional at this point. I think you're doing everything that, you need to be doing to ensure that the staff, students are safe. And so I think they're two really different things, and I don't think we should lump them into the same conversation.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, what discussion has there been with the Omicron? Is that how you say it?
Omicron.
Omicron? It just seems like as a nation, we're premature to really understand the implications of that. I'd like 2 to 4 more weeks to see how that all plays out before we make any, or just me, I'm just concerned about that. So I don't know if that will impact the school or not. And I don't think I've ever gotten a real answer on what the vaccination rate is at the school. I know it's changing
Yeah, it's changing.
because the rules have changed
Yep.
dramatically. But it would be helpful to get some for staff and students, what the actual immunization rates are.
And just for clarification, Mayor Pro Tem, so sounds to me like you would be interested in revisiting this mid-January, which is similar to what Counselor Chandler said, but she also said to make the masks, she was, I think, recommending make the masks optional for the school kids. Yeah, just for the school district.
And, yeah,
Okay.
and if memory serves me, according to Jeff, we could make an ordinance, we can leave the ordinance in place for the city public places and not do it for the school, but we can't do the reverse. It either has to be both,
Right.
or just the public places within the
Because I
city.
don't believe that.
We can't
right.
just do the school.
I think
That's right. And I would say that that would be the Board of Education would want some, if this is not, considered, we want some follow-up on this recommendation.
So I guess my thing would be and I hate to do this, but to just quickly put it on the agenda for 6 January, or for, what is it? For
The 4th,
January,
yeah,
our
4th.
first meeting, just to look at the school, and this new variant that's going around, just to get a little bit more background on what's happening with that.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Wolf, and then we'll get Steve.
I'd like at that time to also look at the citywide ordinance while we're at it and not just the school. I mean, if the compliance rate is so low anyway, and if parents by then will hopefully have had an opportunity to protect themselves and their children, then at that point, it's up to them. If they don't want to get vaccinated, fine. But I'd be comfortable lifting the mask mandate citywide in mid-January in a month. So I'd
Thank
like to look at the whole kit and caboodle if we could while we're at it on the 4th.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bremner?
Yeah, I think it's important to wait until the 4th as well, because we don't know what's going to happen with that Omicron. I've seen reports that it could be as much as 10 times as contagious. So we could be facing another wave, a big blowout right now over Christmas. And also I was listening to NPR today, and they were saying that Omicron, there was a study that was done, if you're double vaccinated with Pfizer, you're only 30% protected against Omicron. Well, I don't know. Okay, that might be true, but yeah, okay. But even 70%, that's not what it used to be. It used to be almost 100%. So I think the jury's still out on Omicron, and that's why I think looking at it again, January 4th will be the best option.
Advisable, okay, so I see some, on this side of the room, I see support building for January the 4th. Mr. Shada? Natalie? Judith? Okay, I think the plan then will be that we'll revisit this on January the 4th. We understand the request made by the school district, and certainly we'll have a little more data by that time. Now, we look at numbers, and I think back to the meeting we had last May when the county health people were talking to us, and their thought was keep the masks in place until you're down to 35 cases per 100,000. And that just seems like such a tremendously, such a distant goal that, I struggle with it. But I think this seems like a responsible thought that we we wait till January the 4th, and at that point, hopefully we'll be able to give some direction.
I agree. And you'll see school districts across our county are also moving in this direction. So they've made their announcements this week as well. With our own community, I knew we had our board meeting, and then we have the city council meeting. So just continuing that conversation. But yeah, so far, all school districts that I know of in our county will not have a requirement after we return. And the last thing I will add is that we'll continue to do our contact tracing. So we'll have the symptom screener. So if someone is sick or has been COVID positive, and that is something that we have a strong relationship with our community. They fill out this form, and then we know how to move forward with those next steps. So that's just processes and procedures that will remain in place indefinitely, and we'll continue those to moving forward. And of course, highly recommend mask. That doesn't mean people stop wearing masks. It's just making sure that we have some other options as well.
Great, thank you. And Natalie?
What, in terms of the business conversation, who would we like to see in the room for that conversation, and what information would council like for that conversation?
It would seem to me that it would make sense to have Leslie Lewis from the Chamber of Commerce here. I don't know if maybe a couple other representatives from the chamber would be advisable. Denise, you're kind of a liaison with them. What's your thought?
I recommend that we just let Leslie know this will be discussed, and then let her manage that accordingly from the business community, so that she can decide the best way to manage forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council, any further comments on this topic? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I would just like to, in my experience from not having any children, but my experience with kids seems to be that they're much better at wearing masks than adults are. And I just want to commend the school district for all the steps that they have been taking, because I think that, that comprehensive, systematic approach is so critical to dealing with this. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Great, thank you, Elizabeth, Natalie, Judith, thank you much for the work you've done on this.
Yeah, thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate working with them as well.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, we'll see you January
Have a
4th.
great new year.
Okay, great, thank you very much. Next on the agenda, we have an update on the fire training facilities with Chief John Forsett. Chief, welcome.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good, I hope you're well. You have the floor.
I'm well, thank you. In your packet, I provided some data that we used to have our presentation with the community regarding the fire training facility at the water treatment plant. Aside from this documentation, I did take some time during our community meeting to maybe educate those folks that did show up to the meeting a little bit about wildland fire mitigation and how to use our tool online. I always want to take that opportunity, and I hope you folks share that with folks too when you have the opportunity. There were 7 members of that community is all that showed up, but those 7 folks were very engaged and very polite, and we had very, very good discussions. In our SOP that council asked us to draft up, I was very inclusive, as well as my team was very inclusive of all of the concerns and recommendations that council and the community had made. In your packet, you'll notice that I highlighted the policy itself and included line numbers, and then I associated that with another document that was inclusive of the highlights specifically that we were wanting to discuss with the community. As you can imagine, a policy in reference to a training environment like this can be rather extensive. It's not just about restrooms, it's about our business, doing our business and doing our business safely, and creating an environment that is what I like to simply say is we need to train like we're going to actually be doing this in real life. So a lot of the policy surrounds that. I could talk to the specifics of the highlights, but you folks have read that and you've seen the inclusiveness of that. The community was very agreeable to what we've done. They had asked, as a group, actually, they had asked that, I think we saw through the whole process that the greatest concern up there is for their roads and traffic and things like that. And I absolutely told them that as being a neighbor up there in that area, we will be an advocate for those needs that they have, obviously, because we want to take care of that community, and we do share their concerns. They did ask that we don't, and this is 7 folks, it's not collective of the neighborhood, of course, but they were recommending that we don't make some repairs to certain areas until we're done building the facility, so that we don't build a facility and then come back in and tear up the roads, so with cement trucks going up there, so. I thought it was a good experience, honestly, as far as this whole process has been. It went really well. So, do you have anything specific?
Chief, yeah, I think we'll just open this up to questions for
Sure.
Chief Forsett. Counselor Chandler, I think I saw your hand up.
I have a number of questions, actually, and thank you for providing this report. I was not able to attend the community meeting, but I certainly felt when I read this that when we were having discussions before we voted, that we were talking about much more stringent regulations that I'm comfortable with in this draft. I have a total of 6 concerns. I can put them out here now, or I'm certainly willing to be time limited and come back. But I'll just start and go through. And first of all, I'd like to refer to number 2, facility use on page 2, item A. Let's see. The second sentence, the standard plan is for general facility use during non-live fire training. So what I would like to see is what does that mean? And specifically, we talked about prohibiting certain things. I'd like to see what is general facility use during non-fire training, what that consists of. And we talked about prohibiting things like meetings and barbecues and those kind of social gatherings. And I would like to see that language of what's prohibited up there.
Okay, if I can refer to what you're speaking to, item 2, facility use, part A, that standard plan is not a plan for the facility use. The standard plan is in reference to an incident action plan that is created for every time we go up there to that facility and perform training. It's not a plan for the facility's use. It would be analogous to if we have an incident, after the initial response, we develop an incident action plan, which is inclusive of communications plans, accountability, operations that will be strategies and tactics for an operational period, a safety plan, those kinds of things. That's what an IAP is. And that's what that standard plan refers to in that particular part.
So I guess I was a little bit, maybe it's me that so it was my understanding that we talked about an SOP, standard operating procedure, where we were going to specifically outline what could be, what was okay to do up there and what was prohibited from being done up there. And I would like to see that language really with some real clarity of exactly what can be done up there and what can't be done up there. So, and we had some conversations about this. I remember them. And when a representative of the fire department was before us the last time, that came up, and it was talked about that would be in the SOP. So is this not the SOP and this is something else, or is this the SOP? And so anyway, to me, it's too vague. And I'll tell you one more thing. This was a really contentious issue. It was really hard. And I have residents that aren't speaking to me anymore because I voted for it. So what I wanted to promise those residents is we would make sure that we were so clear about what could and couldn't be done up there, that we could come back to the residents and say, there's a very clear-cut SOP in place on what can be done and cannot be done up there. So,
So if I can address that?
sure.
This is an SOP, and I do believe that this does do exactly what you have described. Granted, our perceptions may be different. Everything that's highlighted are those things. And to speak of this after the fact, when we met with the community, then I'm not sure what else they want, because they didn't convey that information to me.
Thank you, Chief. And Judith, I think I'd like to let some of the other council people have a chance to speak
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
So, I think Steve, it looks like you got your hand up first.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, I'm looking at the SOP right now, and I see lots of things in there that are addressing specifically how it should be, the roads should be treated, how quiet hours should be respected, minimize traffic to the facility, schedule use of the facility no more than 36 times a year. I mean, I'm just reading down through this, and I don't understand what you're saying, Judith, because I think it's specific. And it's outlining how the facility should be used. So I see no problem with it.
Thank you, Mr.
May I
Britt.
comment on that, or would you like me to
No,
wait?
no, we'll come back to you, Judith. Councilman Bremer, thank you. Councilor Wolf?
Thanks. I think this is a great start. I'd love for us to have an opportunity to play with it and come back with some tweaking or whatever word you want to use. I remember during a presentation, I think it was before council, we were told it would be used twice a month, 26 times a year. I'd like to see that in here, not 36. It also, we were assured that it would never be used by any department other than Manitou Fire Department. No other departments will be used. If I missed that sentence in here, then I apologize, but if it's not in here, I want that in here.
So for clarity,
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, for clarity, we've never been at 26. We've always been at 36. That's always been what I said. And we do address the other fire departments' use of the facility in here. We do operate with other agencies, obviously, and that's always been spoken openly, Crystal Park, Greenmount Falls, UPass, et cetera. And in the policy, it does state that nobody will ever be up there at that facility using it outside of our presence.
Oh, okay, well then I must have heard you wrong the first time. It was my understanding, and I've also assured quite a few residents in that neighborhood that we were told it would only be used to train Manitou Fire Department. Also, I would like to consider for us to talk about imposing a restriction just during like the 2.5 months each year when it's crazy over there with all the COG traffic just completely inundating those tiny little narrow streets, that we not have any of the fire equipment and vehicles going up there prior to 3 p.m. During those months. And I don't know, we'd have to ask the COG, or somebody might know, but I'm guessing, June, July, half of August or something, or for all 3 summer months, because I don't want to see, it's so incredibly difficult to describe how awful the traffic is on there when the COG lets out on those side streets, that I don't want to see fire trucks on top of it. So during the 3 months, I would like no use prior to 3 p.m. Otherwise, I was happy with the 8 p.m., I think.
10 p.m.
Pardon?
22
What's 2200, you guys? I'm not good at that.
That's
10
10 p.m.
You're going to be up there till 10 p.m.? Okay, I'd like to see an earlier time than that. So anyway, I think that we, as council, have an opportunity to talk about this because, oh my gosh, there were a lot of residents, and I realize you only got 9 people on a Friday night, but there are a lot of residents over there that are very, very worried, and I too have assured them that we are going to be super specific, and we're not just going to say, we'll take care of the roads and we won't bother. I think we can make it a bit more specific to tighten it up.
Thank you, Counselor. Others who've not spoken yet? Counselor or Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Yeah, I would just say that training with other fire departments is training. And it does explicitly say in here that other fire departments would only be doing it, I would assume, small groups of people with our fire department, so they wouldn't be going independently. And I think that's an important part of training, is that collaboration. So I would not like to see that eliminated. In terms of the times, I would think that you need night training on it. You need after-dark training on occasion. So I would not like to limit it to before. I think 10 is a reasonable time to cut it off. So just a lot of the things that, if you've never trained in a tactical environment, I think it's difficult to know why some of these things have probably been included. But training is so critical to what our fire department does. So I don't want to put constraints above and beyond what is appropriate for our fire department. I keep coming back to as fires become more and more likely, I want our fire department trained better and better and better, and this is a way of doing it. So I don't want to put handcuffs on them. I can see if you want to say no barbecues up there or something like that. I don't know. I don't think it'd be a particularly pleasant environment to have a barbecue in, but just to put, to put something that in explicitly is fine. So anyway, those are, and in terms of the number of times per year, to me, if the group that showed up understood that clearly and was okay with that, I don't have a problem with that. Well, to me, that's an indication of how involved or concerned folks were at that point. Yeah. So anyway, I thought that it was a good SOP. Yes, there might be a couple more tweaks that could be included, but all in all, I thought it was useful. And again, I'm concerned about, for me, it keeps coming back to your tactical training. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Natalie, please.
So I guess with some of these things, I'm comfortable with the idea of erring on the side of being more restrictive, with the idea that we revisit it 1 year in. So the idea that things like not having traffic up in that neighborhood during peak times, I'm comfortable with that, but I'm also aware that we are actively working to improve mobility around this community, and that may not be an issue in 2 years. And so I would like to look at maybe two versions, like a 1-year test run version, and then a revisitation of that, of what worked and what didn't. And then the idea that we could expand to 36 if that neighborhood felt comfortable with how things played out in a real time, real world. And the fire department would have a better understanding of what they needed at that time too. So.
And there is a, which I think ties into what you're saying, Natalie, there is a provision in here for all complaints go through the chain of command to the chief. So the one thing I was going to suggest that I don't think I saw in there was that this plan be reviewed with on at least a 6-month or annual basis with those complaints or concerns taken into consideration to amend the plan as needed.
We review all of the tactical operations policies once a year. We do review all of our tactical operations policies once a year.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Shada.
As I understand, the training will occur inside the building. Is that not correct?
I'm going to say in the environment. Everything doesn't occur in the building, no. That's not
Okay,
correct.
so what's happening outside there?
You have pump operations, an engine connected to a hydrant, that's real life, hoses from the hydrant to the building. There's a training prop that's a door that they have to break through. There's ladders being thrown on the outside of the
Okay,
building.
okay.
Ingress, egress rescues.
Okay. What I was trying to figure out was the concern about the late operations at night. So it sounds like to me that some dark training up there is necessary to use the equipment, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That's just what I wanted to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess my comments, in looking over the document, I've noticed some places where the fire department has responded to things that were mentioned to me, like Counselor Chandler. I had people who had talked to me once upon a time, and maybe not so much anymore. But some of their concerns that were voiced, I think I see that there were responses there that the firefighters had responded to those concerns. So I think this is a well-crafted document that's gone through a process where we've tried to be, where the firefighters have tried to be as responsive to the community as possible. I don't think we'll ever get everybody happy. You know, I trust the fire department, I guess. I've seen firefighters any number of times in Manitou working on a fire, and the last thing I want to do is have to convene a city council meeting to review what they're doing before they can fight the fire. I trust the fire department to know their business. They're professionals, okay? I like what they've got here. It may not be perfect, but it's as I think, functionally useful as we can get. If there's tweaks that need to come along, I can live with that. You know, I trust the fire department to get it done. Again, when I call 911 for fire, I don't look at asking them if they've if they filled out every last piece of paperwork. I want professionals there to get the job done. So, Chief, thank you. And with that, I'll call on Counselor Chandler.
We're having this discussion because we asked for an SOP draft to come to us. I take copious notes, and I used to be an editor, and the language is profoundly important. And we can make a specific document, and we can make a vague document that has all sorts of opportunities for us to fall through the cracks. And I want to make sure that what I heard prior to voting for the fire tower, which I'm grateful that it's going to be up there, is that I, as a council member, can look those residents in the eye and say, this is what I heard that was the plan, and now I want to make sure that we have that in the SOP. So, while I agree that I think 10 o'clock is pushing it, I think that is beyond what we should ask those residents to do. I'd like to see that to be 8 o'clock. That's not a major issue for me. I think we can take a look at it, and if residents complain, we'll revisit that. Item 2K, the use of the word solely. We did talk about before we voted that it was going to be used solely by the Manitou Springs Fire Department. I'm perfectly okay with it says outside agents may not solely utilize a fire training facility. So currently I'm okay with that language as long as those people that are coming in are training with the Manitou Springs Fire Department and no one is up there. The two issues that I really want to focus on are the number of times, and this would be 2G, to minimize traffic at the facility. The fire department will, in an average year, schedule use of the facility no more than 36 times a year. I'm clear talked about that being 2 times a month, not 3 times a month, and then also item I underneath that kind of gives you some wiggle room to expand that to greater than 36 times a year. You know, during probationary periods, we can kind of massage that. I really feel like we have to put a limit on that to 2 times a month, which is 2 times more a month than, you know, we've had to train to begin with and see how it goes, instead of putting it 3 to 4 times a month and then having residents complain, and then we have to come back and say, we're going to reduce this training time. So I'd like to see that be 2 times a month, so no more than 24 times a year, with a few exceptions. And then item 2H, firefighters will limit traffic through the neighborhood by using seating provided in apparatus and discouraging use of private vehicles. That is specifically not what I heard. I heard that there would be a maximum of 2 vehicles going up to the training facility, that people would carpool from the fire department, and that, so if we're discouraging things, oh my God, that has no teeth in it, and that I think that if we could address those things and tighten that up, I'd feel a lot more confident about it. So that I'm just saying, we talked about not only discouraging traffic, but we would limit the number of vehicles that would go there, up there during training. So,
Can
and I
can
know I am
respond to
not
that?
the only one that heard that, so,
Can I respond to that, though?
yes.
Okay, in regards to G and GI, the 36 times is a maximum that we had developed through my training cadre, based upon training that they provide every year. And I'm certain that I have always gone down that track of 36 times a year. 2 times a month, I wouldn't even limit myself, our department, our members, to 2 times a month. And the way this, maybe you can help me word it differently, but what I am trying to say in here is that we are not going to necessarily train 2 times a month up there or 3 times a month up there. That's not the intent. The reason that is because we have training academies where we might be up there maybe 4 times a month, but there may be other months where we're not up there at all. That's the purpose of the way this is written and the way our organization works. We bring on new members twice a year. Those new members then have to be trained, and that training then needs to fall in a collective academy. So that's the purpose of that. The 36 times a year allows that to happen. Now, do I ever think that we're going to utilize 36 times a year? I honestly don't. I honestly don't believe that we're going to use that facility that many times. I honestly don't think we'll be close, but I don't want to limit that possibility to the extent that we do have to train new firefighters and bring them to a certain level. That's in regards to G and GI. As far as and I do understand the vagueness of discouraging use of private vehicles. The reason I did that is because this is all about opportunity to me. I can't require firefighters to meet minimum standards if I don't provide them with an environment and the opportunity to meet those standards, right? We have to give them the equipment and everything else. That being said, the reason this vagueness is in here, and I'll happily remove this particular vagueness without argument, but there are cases, because we have a volunteer fire department in this city, wholly volunteer for those responders outside of 2 folks a day, who have lives. And I try to convey that all the time, that these folks have things to do. Now, what I mean by that is it's not going to be acceptable for somebody to come up there and just randomly come and go. The opportunity for them to have to leave to go to a doctor's appointment but still get a few hours of training in, that was the reason for this statement, is to allow that 1 or 2 person on occasion to be able to still attend training where normally they wouldn't, and not limit them because they happen to have an appointment. As far as apparatus goes, again, I don't think I would, I'm sure my statement would have been that most of the time we're only looking at having 1 or 2 pieces of apparatus up there. Absolutely true. I can see us taking our engine up there and a support vehicle or whatever, but on those days where we have to burn, standards require us to have a backup engine and a backup water supply and those things. So there's going to be more apparatus up there when we do those live burns. That's simply for safety reasons and to protect our firefighters. So there are myriads of variations of things that can happen. I've tried to include everything in this that I can without limiting the ability of our firefighters to train.
So before the fire tower was approved, these firefighters had to go, quite a long distance to be able to train.
Yes, ma'am.
And so putting that fire tower locally gave these firefighters an opportunity to not have to go very far. So to me, in order to hear what the residents said to us about traffic concerns, I clearly heard that there would not be cars going up there, that there would be 2 vehicles. I mean, I was told that, and let me tell you, tonight, I have learned a really important lesson, and that is, get the SOP first before you vote for the thing. Because if we would have been able to iron this out in an SOP, then we wouldn't be here right now. Because I really am gonna say it out loud, I feel a little bit hoodwinked, a little bit, because these are things I clearly heard, I took notes, and now we have this. And so, I want this to happen, I want it to be successful, but I want to go back and say, this is what I was sold, this is what got me to vote for this, is what I heard you say. And that is, an individual came to council and said, we are going to limit the vehicles up there. People aren't going to just be able to drive up there. They're going to have to park. They're going to have to carpool from the fire department. There are not going to be no more than 2 vehicles up there. And I clearly heard 2 times a month. So again, lessons learned on me. I won't do this again in the future. So now I feel like this is a workable document, but I also feel like there's some things in here that I would have swayed my vote the other way if this was the document that I would have been presented before.
Thank you. And I think, John, Mayor Pro Tem was up first, so then we'll take Nancy and then John. Nancy?
Yeah, thanks. Just for my own clarification, and I also take copious notes, which I don't have with me this evening, from that meeting, but my memory, and I'd have to look at the minutes, but my memory of that meeting was to approve the bill of the fire tower and the design, and that the fire department would meet with the community and write the SOP. So there was a lot of things discussed that night, but the only thing we voted on was that it would be done in, an SOP would be written in conjunction with the community. And that's been done. So I feel okay. I feel good about what you guys have produced. And and it sounds like you're being amenable to make some additional changes, which is great. But I, like the mayor, trust the fire department and, just so appreciate your service. So anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shada?
I guess it'd be my suggestion that we do a mailing to that neighborhood with this draft and, so make sure that everybody has a copy of it and can give feedback on it. And then that way, I think everybody knows where we are. And given the limited engagement of that one Friday night, I think this might cover us. And I think people can kind of stick this agreement in a file, so to speak, or whatever. And I think they can, they'll know kind of what's going on. That would be my suggestion. I don't know what people think of that.
Well, I guess, I think the firemen have made a very sincere effort on multiple times to get with the community and to answer questions. And having been at some of those meetings and seeing how the firemen interacted or firefighters have interacted, I think they've done a really good job. Now, that said, John, it probably wouldn't hurt to send a letter out to the neighborhood and said, here's what we've got, and then hopefully people don't scream too loudly. If we want 100% of everybody in Manitou voting, or being in favor of this, you never get 100%. But I think that would probably help appease the neighborhood, and I think it wouldn't be a huge additional effort.
Well,
Yes,
I think it's just a matter of communication. I think I'd be really surprised if there would be a lot of feedback on this. I think it gives it a pretty general framework, and I think at any point in time, we can change it if things aren't working. I just think it just makes sense that since there was a high degree of sensitivity, this neighborhood, signed petitions and whatnot, it just seems like it would be a simple thing we could do.
Okay, I get that, and I don't think that's asking too much necessarily. I think the firefighters have done a good job. I do think it says something about the city when we try to listen to people and try to be as well, to listen and try to understand people's concerns. And yet, besides the community, that neighborhood, there are any other number of neighborhoods in Manitou that also need fire protection, okay? So this just happens to be where the location is. We have, you know, we've that neighborhood. We have the city at large. We have the firefighter community. These are volunteers. They have other things in their lives to do. So I think the support we show for them is more than paid back by the support they give to the city. If we couldn't train firefighters and we lost volunteers, then do we face the question here at some point in a few years that we're no longer going to be a volunteer fire department, we're going to have to hire people? Then let's reach into our pocketbooks. I mean, it would be expensive to have to replace the volunteers with a paid fire department. So I think accommodating them to some degree is something we also need to be cognizant of. Julie, please.
Just a quick question for you, Chief. I thought I heard you say this evening that if there are other fire departments using the training facility here, that you'll have at least one other officer, one other firefighter up there, kind of like to, you know, babysit them or something. Did I understand that correctly?
No, it's never my intention to allow other departments to use that facility, and when I say solely, as their training. What we will offer is, because we work closely with other folks, we want to be able to work closely with them training like we would in real life. So it wouldn't, if you'll notice in the policy, I have somebody that's called the training program manager. The reality is that particular captain is trained and certified in tower operations, in live fire environments, and he's certified to do that. If that were to be, in my head, when you say something like that, that would be like him going up there with another fire department and providing that certified guidance, and that's not going to be something that we allow to happen. They would be going up there and training with us. And in reality, I kind of see, as I have said before, NFPA standards require us to have certain things in place, especially for live fire burns, which I don't know if that's spelled out in here, but you're looking at 3 times a year, if that were to happen 3 times a year, to try to get all of our people. That would be a great opportunity for another somebody like Crystal Park to join in with us, and we could actually use one of their engines and one of our engines up there for that support and that safety, while still keeping our engine in town for that initial response while other folks come down. So,
My other question is there a compelling need for the fire department to do their training prior to 2 or 3 p.m. during the summer?
no, when you said that, that wasn't a real concern for me. These are volunteers, so they have 8 to 5 jobs, 90% of them, I assume. So most of our training and our scheduling happens at 6 p.m. at night, starts at 6 p.m. at night. Folks usually come down about 5 p.m. and do physical fitness training, and then at 6 o'clock, they start their training, whatever that happens to be.
So
And-
it wouldn't hurt the fire department if we put in some more specific language
No.
here about the summertime when the streets are all clogged up
It
with the
wouldn't, but I would,
traffic?
it wouldn't, but I'd really appreciate if we could still have a Saturday or two throughout that
Oh,
time.
during the
Because
day?
Saturdays are important to capture a whole lot of folks and make an extensive day of training.
Oh, that's when the.
But that
that's
doesn't
when
mean
the
they're
crowd will
coming
be
and going in the
busiest.
traffic. I mean, they go up at 9 o'clock in the morning and come down at, sometime in the afternoon, so.
Well, I would say if you're just bringing 2 vehicles up there, that's not going to cause a huge problem with, 200 cars with the COG. I mean, they're going to be careful. They're going to probably not want to drive up there when the traffic's flowing with the COG. They're going to probably keep track of when the trains are going and go up there at a time when the streets are clear. So I don't see a problem with them doing it on a Saturday, in the middle of the day.
I'll just mention, I was walking that street, it was probably a couple months ago, but walking there, I talked to a few of the residents, and I saw Amazon trucks come by a couple of times, FedEx, of course, there's mail truck, several delivery trucks, so it's not, I mean, we like to think of it maybe as a country lane, but there are other trucks going into that neighborhood, and, I mean, there is some traffic there already, and the neighbors are, they're accepting that part.
But those are a lot smaller than a
Well-
fire engine.
Well, in generally, yes, that's true, Julie, but in some cases, there were some pretty good-sized trucks, and I mean, I don't, the happy balance is that we all go back to the 1950s, I guess, but that's not the answer. I want to find something we can all live with.
I just wanted to make it a little more limiting, just during the time when the COG is so busy, since they don't have their own parking plan. And the neighbors have been so complaining about it so much all summer. And I promised, like Judith, that I told people I will not vote for this unless I'm assured we're going to have this really specific SOP. And by the way, sir, I think you were absent that night. It was the gentleman, it was the fire department guy who was married to one of the Woofter kids who went to school with my daughter. I can't remember his name.
Counselor Wolf, I believe Chief Forsyth's father passed away that day or the day before, and he was not available.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't you, when you tell us, I didn't tell you that. We know you didn't, it was a different firefighter who gave us the information that Judith and I have been referring to throughout this meeting, that we were promised to be in here that isn't in here.
Many things were said at that meeting. The fact that somebody makes a remark does not make it something that council votes on. I mean, we all express different opinions. Any one of us could say something and come back and say, well, this is what I heard, this is what I said. You know, that's just one of us speaking. It's what we as a body do and agree to. And I think our direction was to give the firefighters the opportunity to come up with SOPs, you know, contingent upon getting with the neighborhood and trying to address the neighborhood's concerns as much as possible, as much as feasible. So, and I think the firemen have done that. So, Mr. Bremner, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, I was in Bolivia, I think, when that vote was done. So the audio wasn't that great, you know, I wasn't there present. But what I understood was what Mayor Pro Tem Fortune said, was that we voted for the facility. We didn't vote for 24 days a year or all these different things that people are talking about. As the mayor said, that's just what people were talking about. People have opinions. They might think that what they say is everybody else agrees with, but that's not always the case. We don't always, you know, you might have your opinion, you're one person.
But Steve, I know you weren't here, but I was here.
I know, but
and
what
were
we voted on was just for the facility. We didn't vote on the whole SOPs. The SOPs came later, which we're looking at now.
Part of the vote was, we promise you will have an SOP presented. The gentleman who was here said, oh, I already have a draft of one, and he held it up. And then he said, we've got to tweak it, work on a little, and we'll present it to council. And it was my understanding that council would then have an opportunity to decide what we want the SOP to say, which we still do if we end up having a vote of at least 4 of us deciding to put that on the agenda in January and vote on it. We can do that. Obviously, we're not going to do it at a work session, but we were specifically told that we would have input on this SOP. At least that was my understanding. So, and maybe you couldn't hear that well from Bolivia. I don't know. But it wasn't just, hey, vote for this, yes or no. We were promised that we would have input on an SOP. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to do that someday at a meeting when we can vote on what, if anything, should be modified here. It sounds like some of the stuff wouldn't be upsetting to the fire department to be modified, but it would at least satisfy the community that we've kept our promise to them.
Thank you. Councilor Chandler?
So I just want to go on record that I agree with Councilor Shada's recommendation that everyone in the community that's most impacted by this get a copy of this and that we have an opportunity for the community to weigh in again. And I just want to say one more thing. When I'm sitting in this chair and there's a representative from any department who's sitting out here giving me a presentation, I'm assuming that they're representing the department that they say they're representing. And we in this room had an opportunity to ask questions. And we asked a lot of questions because there was a room full of people. This room was packed with residents. And we were asking this representative of the fire department questions like, how many vehicles will be going up there? How many times a month? And we got feedback. And so when I'm sitting here making a big decision, I'm counting on that feedback to be a clear representation of where the fire department is with the SOP that he was waving in his hand. So I just want to give you, kind of a sense of, since you weren't here, what I want to make sure is all of that information gets into a concise SOP that the residents can support and that we can support. And there are items in here that are not what was discussed in that meeting when we voted for this. So that's all that I'm saying, is that I want to be able to go to these residents and say, you know, what did you hear? What was your understanding? Here's a copy. Give us feedback. Let's make this a document that we can all be really proud of and happy and support. Thank you.
Mayor Protem.
If memory serves me, the room was filled in great part with fire department residents as well. And they were a lot quieter. And as you well know, they're the ones that put their lives on the line to protect us. So I think that I'm assuming that they had a lot of input into this as well. So they just weren't as vocal about it. So to say that the residents, there's just more residents than just the residents in that neighborhood, which we need to pay attention to.
And I think that's a good point. And if council members would like to think back to that time, we got quite a large number of emails from firefighters, member of the department, from their family members, and I think they were pretty articulate in making an argument in favor of the fire training facility. And so the night that when we considered that, the fact that the firefighters were in large measure in back and really relatively quiet and non-vocal, I think they felt they'd made their statement, and I believe they did. They had expressed their opinion. They gave good reasons. So, you know, I think there's certainly one of the contingencies that we need to respect, just like the neighborhood. But I think what we have is as good a solution as we should expect. I think it's certainly better than what we would have had if we hadn't asked the firemen to work this out. I think it's been hashed out pretty well. I can't see beating this horse much longer, although I do think Councilman Shade's proposal to make this available to all the residents in the neighborhood affected, that would be
Could I just
a fair
suggest
measure.
that instead of sending out the entire SOP, a letter be sent with a link so that we don't have to do copious killing of trees to send this out? Maybe it's only 3 or 4 pages, so it's not as big a deal, but it just seems like a letter might be more efficient. But I'm easy, whatever.
Mr. Shady, comment?
Pages is it right now?
It's 5
Printed
pages.
off, double side?
It's 5 pages. It'd be 3 if you print it out double-sided.
How many people do we think we'd probably mail it to? Do we have an estimate? In terms of- do we have
I think you're
My
about,
list of emails has only ever gotten up to maybe 20 that's ever provided their emails to
I
me
mean,
for
I'm
this
just
purpose.
thinking of the people who live on, what is it?
Minnehaha.
Pine Ridge, Minnehaha, and
Ducklow,
Duncan and Mesa.
Mesa.
and,
So-
yeah. So I think you're probably looking at, if you count the houses, I'm saying 50 to 60 people max is what
50,
I'm
60
thinking.
people,
Max.
2 sheets of paper.
3 sheets of paper, yeah, it wouldn't be that much. And I walk that neighborhood fairly often. I would say 50 or 60 is a good estimate.
It's just-
Are you okay with that, John, if we would? Well, if council has no objections, then I would recommend that we take Mr. Shade's advice. We send a copy out to the neighborhood. I would personally not want to solicit additional comments. If people do, if it makes them jump up and scream, yes, certainly we'll listen, but I think the firemen have done that already, quite honestly.
Just for clarification, so John, is your suggestion that we send this to the community and say, this is what you got? This is it? Or are we saying, this is the SOP that was drafted by the fire department, we're inviting your feedback? Two opposite things I think you guys are saying. I just want to
Well,
clarify.
Well, to me, I think I'm okay with essentially the way it's written right now. I just think the neighborhood needs to know what the standard operating procedure is going to be. And if they have input, I think the letterhead has name and addresses and places to contact. They know how to contact us, and they can raise their concerns. I guess I don't want to send it out as, oh, this is sort of kind of a draft. I want them to kind of know, you know what, when the fire department training facility is completed, this is what we anticipate the SOP will be. So that in the course of the summer or whatever, if they want to pull it out and go, gosh, I've seen a fire truck go up the street 900 times in June, what the heck's going on here? Are they going to the fire department, training facility, or is there other stuff going on? You know what I mean? So I just think it's just a matter of communication. Okay, that's all I'm suggesting. Okay, not a draft. Remove the word draft from it. Say this is what it's going to be. Okay.
Right, so
This
I
is-
like your suggestion, though. I think we need that, John. We need something that, or the mayor could write something, an introductory paragraph that explains just that says, this is the way it is. This is what we are asking the fire department has agreed to honor this. You may want to keep this for future reference,
Right, Right.
That's it.
right, exactly. And I
So
think
they
at
know why
and
it
I
came
think
in
at
the
any
mail.
time, the fire department or the council or the staff or whatever can modify this to accommodate things. I'm just thinking that this just brings some kind of closure. We've gone through COVID. The initial session wasn't recorded. You can't go back and find that because there were technical issues, and it just seems like this just kind of closes the communication loop and says, this is kind of where we are. And I'm not suggesting we solicit any complaints about it, you know what I mean, or any feedback per se. I think we ought to just say, this is what the SOP that the department has written, okay, and just lay it out there, matter-of-factly.
Does council have any objections to what Mr. Shade is proposing? And also, Councilor Wolf, we can put an introductory paragraph or something on the front of it.
I personally would like feedback, but apparently I don't have support for that at this time with this council. So the next best thing is what you and Mr. Shada have agreed on. I think that would be better than doing nothing.
Okay, thank you.
I would also like some feedback, and my concern is that, I want to go on record. I voted for this fire training facility. I want the fire training facility, but I don't want the community to think that the council drafted and wrote this. And if the mayor sends out a statement, I just want to make sure that the community understands that just because we voted for the training tower, that doesn't mean all of council is on board with this SOP, because as it's written, I am not.
Okay, thank you. Natalie?
I would just suggest including language around mentioning the community meeting that took place. So, based on feedback from the meeting on Friday, blah, blah, blah. This is the SOP, so that's included too.
I understand. I think that's a good idea.
And also, how many people attended that meeting? Attended by 7 people from the community, or it's 9, or just so people know that it was not a well-attended meeting. And anyway, so I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you. If there's no objections, then we'll take that direction. Is that- Okay. I'm sorry. Please.
Just to clarify, did you decide then that it's going to be through the U.S. mail on paper, double-sided? Is that kind of how we ended, rather than trying to email folks?
All
That
right.
would certainly be my preference,
Okay.
because I think it'll otherwise be in a lot of junk spam files.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking mail, but I'm glad you articulated that. I guess if council has no objections, we'll go through snail mail, U.S. Post Office. Okay, I think that's reasonable. And I think we're probably looking at 50 or 60 houses, so it's not a huge expense. It's pretty, and it shouldn't be a huge amount of work, so yeah, we should be able to get it done. Any additional questions for the chief?
So clarification, I just want to make sure you want this to come from the mayor with the letter, and the SOP, Mr. Forsett will, or chief will provide to the mayor, and then we'll go from there. Is that correct? And remove the word
And we're
draft.
explaining that this was drafted by the police department, not by council.
The fire
I'm
That this
department.
sorry.
was-
Yeah.
That this was, this was put together by the chief, by the fire department, not by council, but this is the operating procedure as we move forward. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Great. Chief, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
great, thank you. And with that, I suggest we take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and hear all about parking. Thank you. Okay. All right, I think, okay, we're all back. We got a nice break. That's good. And the night's not getting any younger, so why don't we let Mr. Cheney take the floor?
Good evening, City Council. Roy Cheney, Deputy City Administrator. And tonight I'm going to present the Transportation Mobility Master Plan. We're going to look at 2021 year in review and what we've accomplished, and then 2022 plans, as well as we now have some data that we'll start looking at, which is going to be important as we move forward. So I'm going to try to master a few things here. So as the TMMP, and we're going to talk about that a little bit, just to make sure everyone understands where that came from and why we use it. But it has 6 components: the transit, parking, walking, rolling, biking, mobility, streets, and communication.
Roy, can I interrupt because I think there's some confusion? Roy provided you the PowerPoint because I know previously you guys always asked for that so you could write notes on it. So you have our hard copy, and we did a full page. We know that that may not be sustainable, but it allowed you to really be able to read it and write notes as you go forward. So you don't need to see it on your screen. There is the hard copy in front of you. Sorry, Roy, thank you.
You're welcome. So again, the TMMP, a couple years ago, they did a study, and we call it the TMMP. So if you hear that, that's where that comes from, the Transportation Mobility Master Plan. And there was a lot of goals were housed in multiple documents. As you can see, I don't need to go over all these documents, but Manitou has done plenty of studies on parking, and some of these other studies cover parking and from the incline and at Manitou Avenue Master Plan. So there's a lot of things that I looked at along with the TMMP group, which again, I just want to have some appreciation for Dole. Emily from our GIS has helped us out. Kevin from the parking department. Jeff Jones, who's not here tonight. So they have all been part of that TMMP group, as well as all the department heads at some point I've had talks with, and anything related to mobility and parking. The plan purpose, again, was to trying to balance the needs of the residents, business owners, and visitors. They want to provide mobility and connectivity in the city that is safe, convenient, and comfortable. And preserve what makes Manitou Springs a great place to live and visit. So the landscape's designed for people, minimize auto congestion, reduce air pollution, and minimize impacts of quality of life. This plan represents a long-range planning effort. It includes, and I did include the TMMP at the back, so that's actually the full study, and I believe it was Kimley Horn's study. The current state of the city's transportation network, establish a community-driven vision, guiding principles of transportation and mobility decisions, detail specific transportation policies and projects and programs, and city developed the plan with community outreach, city boards, commissions, regional partners, and city staff. Implementation of some of these recommendations will need further planning and guidance. So now I want to get to some of the data that's going to be very important as we move forward through mobility and parking. Currently, our on-street parking is at 414 spaces. Public lot parking, Hiawatha, has been increased to 155 with the removal of one section of Hiawatha. It's a dirt lot, but has helped with some additional parking. Wichita's at 91, Cannon 46, Smitchney 42, Barr at 40. After 6 p.m. at Mansions Park, and Saturday and Sunday, we have 9 spots available. And then in the private residential area, we have several different spaces available as listed on the chart. But the total parking in Manitou is around 1,506 total spaces. I do want to say, as I'm giving the presentation, if you have any questions, please go ahead and you can raise your hand at any time. There's a lot of information. I don't think I want to talk through all these slides and save it. So if something pops up and you have a question, raise your hand, please, and I'll see what I can do to answer that for you. And I do have a couple folks out here. If I need some help on a question that they maybe have a better answer for, I'll call them up. As most of you know from the past presentation, which I believe now is in late 2020, a lot of the studying I did was Dr. Shoup, and he's really the only expert in the field. Every other book I've studied always reference Donald Shoup on his theory. 85% occupancy rate is what he recommends. Currently, some of the experts are saying you can get more 90, 92% of occupancy rate and still be effective, and that's with technology. And that gives the most efficient use of public parking. If we don't control that, we have cruising problems. And that's really what it comes down to. When people can't find a parking spot, they keep looking for one and they keep driving around in circles. So it's not always more cars, it may be the same car. We just are full and we have no space. Yes, ma'am.
I'm assuming that under goal, what you mean is one parking space available for every 10 occupied spaces? Is that what, so for every, okay.
Yes,
I
so
thought so.
on a street block, 10 spaces,
That
hopefully
have
there's
cars
one
parked, then
open.
there's one.
Yes, good question. Did I see another hand go up? Yes. So again, Donald Shoup is the, I guess I'm known as a Shoupie right now because I do follow him and I watch what he's doing. Very bright man. So as we look, I also reached out to Interstate Parking of Colorado, experts throughout the country and Canada, and met with them and had them do a data analysis. And some of the things, you know, they saw on a really busy weekend, and I think it was our budget meeting weekend is when they were out here. Very busy, off-season, and it was really amazing what they saw. And again, with the traffic and the gridlock, that's going to increase emissions and pollution, increase accidents and first responder times if the fire trucks, police officers can't get through town. Loss of revenue for businesses. If there's no turnover, then someone shops and they stay and that's it. Lack of access for pedestrians and bikers, a big one if we want to improve our mobility in town. A negative impression when entering town. If it's gridlocked and you can't get through, That's not a positive experience. Frustrating and overwhelming parking experience for visitors and locals. And I do want to emphasize locals. They want to come in and also utilize their town, so we need to do something to help with that situation. And then loss of the character of the town's core. It becomes just a vehicle town. And right now, there's a lot of cars. We're doing great if that's our goal, to have a lot of cars in town. We did this summer, we're able to get some data that was set up on Ruxton Avenue for environmental impacts. And this chart here shows emissions up Ruxton. It didn't start till, I believe, end of May, early June. But as you can tell from the chart, red is unhealthy. Of course, orange is unhealthy for sensitive groups. Moderate is at 5100 range. That's a yellowish. And then 0 to 50 is good. And it wasn't as bad as I thought it might be. We did get a peak period, and I believe that was August 8th. And I'm not sure what we looked at that for that August 8th, what was the cause. Maybe that was a fire. Oh, the fires in Colorado. That could have been a contributing factor, but we don't know. But we did hit a period that was in that unhealthy range. But again, if you look at this, the baseline there is actually pretty good for Manitou, which was, again, kind of surprising, and maybe throughout Colorado Springs as well and other areas. But of course, as you know, air pollution's never good. Where you have a lot of vehicles, you have possibly a lot of problems. And so we have to make sure we try to reduce that congestion for the health of the community. This data here is we're starting to get to our problem areas. And when they did a study that weekend, again, this is just 3 days in a non-busy, well, I won't say non-busy, but a off-season weekend. And they kind of help you read through this chart. And I know everyone may not like certain charts or graphs, but I'll try to help you through this so that it's understandable. But as we hit in the red zones, there are critical. And critical means that we basically had 100% occupancy. There was no space left. And if there's no space left, cars are just going to keep driving and hope they find a space or go home upset. You know, they came out here to enjoy Manitou. Residents are not going to find parking. They can't come in and do things. So if you look at, you have an average turnover rate, is that first column, the duration of time, and then the peak utilization. And we are really maxed out here. One of the goals is that we get about 7 turnovers per parking spot. Now, we talk about 700 or 600 and 700 parking spaces. Those are just actually spaces. If we turn it over 5 times or 7 times, each space becomes 5 or 7 spaces per day. And people don't spend normally all day here, and if they do, we encourage them then to go to outside lots like Hiawatha or outside further down, so then they can spend longer time here. So we really can improve our situation once we find a right price to encourage parking outside the city and limiting the time in the core, trying to find a parking space right next to the store. And again, I'll go over that in a minute on some other things like that. Any questions on this chart at all? It does show, if you see all the red on the right-hand column, really a stressful environment here in the city with the amount of traffic that is coming through and trying to park.
Ray?
Yes.
So I'm looking at the average duration of about an hour, and I think that's interesting because you're not able to eat in a restaurant on a busy day in an hour. So I'm kind of intrigued about what people are doing.
Yeah,
for
me
an
too.
hour.
Yes. I don't know, I guess you could run real quick and get a snack. I don't know, but they buy something quick from a store. The close-up parking generally is for, coming in, getting something quickly and going. It's convenient. I can come and get my business done and go home. If someone's going to spend the time, they would like it for convenience to be right there. but they would be okay with parking somewhere else. But then we also have to come into other factors. How do we get them from the outside city into the core conveniently, things like that. But it is amazing the short time that they're spending at times in Manitou. And again, it's just continually occupied with cars. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Roy, do you know when it was done? You said it was a non-peak weekend.
Right, well, the budget weekend is when that, they started Friday and they did Saturday and Sunday.
So, do you know what time of year it was? Yeah, I mean, because this was a non-peak, it was October, oh, did I not read it? Okay, so we can assume from that it's red all the time in the peak. I mean, this is just.
That's my assumption, that this is pretty red when summer
Yeah.
hits.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
I'm
So-
sorry, the date was October 2nd during our budget retreat. So I said October 5th, but it's October 2nd.
Yeah, and I'll add in there that, I'll give you an example of Black Friday. It was 100% occupied everywhere, even Bar. I mean, it was red, and we can see that with the parking lots. We didn't have the data for the on-street, but if we can easily assume that if Cannon is 100%, all the lots are 100%, people are parking in the core of town, and it was totally packed.
Right, oh, sorry. Here,
I'm not sure who you point to.
Nancy.
Nancy,
Here.
Oh,
Mayor Pro
okay.
Tem.
Oh, I saw
Oh,
some.
I'm sorry, was Judith still, were you still asking a question? I'm sorry.
Okay, he would have to come up here, though. He can't talk from out there. Oh, okay.
Can I just ask one question really quick?
Yes,
While he's coming up.
go ahead.
So the average duration, that could be like someone like me who parks for 10 minutes and then somebody else is parking for 3 hours. We don't have that, it's just an average duration, not necessarily, okay.
Yeah, it's average. They went all day in town, writing down normally it's like a half hour check of every lot, every parking spot. They take manual counts. Kevin, did you want to add to that?
Yes, good evening, Council. Kevin Stevenson, Parking Mobility Manager. I just wanted to point out that this is just the on-street. This does not include the lots on this chart. That this just shows our on-street parking availability.
So this, as you can see on the left-hand side, they have the Manitou Avenue, Cannon Avenue. So those are the street areas downtown. All right, so now this is other data from Colorado, Interstate Parking of Colorado. And they took the data and they put it in a graph. So if you like graphs, maybe this works for you. The Wichita lot, as you can tell, at some point was close to 100% occupancy. Cannon was in the 100% occupancy. Smitsy's a lot is a very much a permit lot, but we are finding a lot more folks are starting to find it, and it is available to use throughout the day as well. So that one tends to be a little different than the rest. Hiawatha, again, for an off-season time, was also reaching about 80% occupancy on that weekend. And then Bar was at 100%. So again, the lots were full and downtown as well. If we look, these are also just the charts for the downtown area. You have those in your packet. But it shows, again, all the parking areas and how full Manitou Avenue was. Now, this is the parking logic data. So the system that we put in at the lots, the signs and the occupancy numbers for vehicles, and now it's online. This is the data we're collecting from there. Now I'm going to use a little fancy pointer here that Denise got for me, so let's see how this works. Oh, look, it won't even work. There it is. Okay. So if you see here, in this range right here is the 85, 90%. And if you go across, everything above that is not good for Manitou. So if you look at the bottom line, it's the time of day, and the left-hand side is the occupancy. Again, anything really above 85% is not great. And that means people are having a hard time finding anything. Yes, ma'am?
How do you get more than 100% occupancy? Do you have two cars sitting on top of each other?
Well,
What do we-
close.
is
So
that?
that's a great question. I knew it would be asked tonight. So what happens in the parking lot is cars are driving in, and then cars are maybe starting to come out, or cars actually idle there waiting for a space. So you actually get more cars in the spot. And we've found cars parking illegally, and Kevin can verify that. I don't know if you want to call it double parking, Kevin, but they go in there, and so you have more than it can actually handle. Good question. So this is which lot is this? I missed that. Bar. This is Bar. And if we go, we check out, this is Cannon. So again, Cannon is highly utilized, as you can see, and again, we're hitting that, 85% and higher throughout the whole day. This right here is Hiawatha. And if you look at the bottom too, and I should have stated this, but it tells you by the day. So you have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and each line represents a day. So if that's helpful. So as you can see, I think it was Saturday was really packed. As you can see, the numbers, even in Hiawatha. And this period of time I was able to obtain was from October 18th, I think it says on there, to November 20th. So it gave us some good, even before or after that time, we still had some really good occupancy happening in the city. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
On the Hiawatha chart? So things are pretty dead on Friday and Saturday, but they're really busy on Wednesday and Thursday? Is that what this is telling me?
Yeah, so
That's odd.
so I'm trying to see so if you look at the color, so if you look for, and I can't tell, I'm a little bit colorblind, so can someone tell what the color of Friday, or I have to look on my other sheet here.
Oh, they're color-coded. Oh,
Yes.
for God's sakes, I'll never be able to follow that. Okay, thanks anyway.
Yes. So generally, if Friday is purple, and then you look, I believe the purple line's the second highest there. Is that? So it's actually, so follow the color with the day. The day is not sitting there underneath. So you see what I'm saying? So just look at the color, follow those dots, and that's that day and the time of day. You're welcome. Yeah, and on the actual computer screen, you can see it a lot better. So, all right, and right here we're looking at Smitchley lot again. Smitchley is a lot of permits at night. Daytime it empties a little bit, except on weekends it seems to be pretty full already in the morning because people are staying home for the day. They're off, and then you get many times over 100%, and I guess they're just parking all over inside there, trying to find space. But again, the idea here is that we don't have any room, so that's the problem. And then we look here at, this is Wichita, very popular lot, more in the core of town with the most parking available. And again, you see where we are at that 100% range, really close, or at least above the 85 to 90%, which is not a great place to be if we want people to be able to park and then go shop or do things. As I move to the next slide here, now something very interesting and that we're excited to have is Streetlight Data. And that's a software that obtains, and I think I mentioned it prior in the budget meeting, but this data we can obtain from that program as far, I don't know how far we can go back, but here I went back to 2016. And what's really neat, Dole mentioned that when you guys were talking about the fire training station, there's another method to use the data to see a decrease or increase in traffic because of the fire training station. So, and everything's connected in mobility and transportation and parking. So easily we could get that data for you over time and see if there's been an increase or a decrease in the area and how it's being managed. So we can use that in any neighborhood and area. So this is we're excited about because it really just uses cell phone data from everybody who drives or bikes or walks, and it's put in a system for us, and then we can obtain this data. And interesting, I found was in 2016 and 17, as you see, you know, with this is total volume of vehicles coming in, and then when the COG shut down in 2018, there was a good drop, and then 2019 it maintained, and then COVID hit, and there was another drop, and then of course now with things starting to COVID diminish somewhat, and people coming back out, it's starting to go up, but because of the incline reservation system that council approved, it's still maintained in about 65,000 range. And I think that's a good sign for us that we're on the right track in some things. Yes?
Is only 2021 January through September, or are all the years January through September?
All of them are January through September.
Okay, so it's apples to apples.
Yeah, and the only reason I couldn't go further was because the data is like, I think it's about 2 months or 3 months backlog or something like that. So we can't get the data, I can't get today's data today. So we can get it from the past. So I used like for like, yeah. Yes, sir.
So maybe you said it already, but what does street light mean? What does that-
Street light is the name of the program.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everyone think, you know, it's a really good question because we keep getting asked if we're using our street lights out here to do it. And it's actually just a data system. It's just, that's the name of it. Yeah, so we threw data in there. I don't even know if they used the word data, but we did to try to make sure it has nothing to do with the street lights in Manitou.
Roy, can you verify that these are all cars, or are they also maybe locals walking around and doing et cetera, et cetera?
This is anything coming in just to kind of get it. We're just started using this streetlight data. So this is just total volume. Now, we can break it up into bikes, into walking, into cars. We actually have that capability to do that. And so our goal is to start using it to see, you know, where are the bikes even going? You can actually track, I guess you can call them breadcrumbs. Let's say everyone's using Lover's Lane, for example, because now it's all pretty with stripes and a path there. Maybe you can see a lot more bikes and pedestrians using Lover's Lane now, and that's a good thing. Hey, let's keep working on making Lover's Lane really, and El Paso, I should say, the mobility boulevard, whatever they call that in the thing. So Nancy, you had a question?
And this is just anyone with a cell phone, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if you have a cell phone, this data is just kind of in the air. They grab it. We don't know whose it is, so you don't have to worry about that. But
Roy, one other question. Can you get where their start of origin was? So that they came from Colorado Springs?
Yes.
Or they came from Denver, or they stayed in Manitou?
Great question. We can look at Denver. We can say, where are they coming from? And we actually started playing with some of that. And we were going to try to obtain more and more data on where people are coming from into Manitou Springs. And then later when I show you, we're actually going to be, we're looking at contracting with another, basically our traffic engineers and urban planner group. And they have systems that they can put all the streetlight data in and then spit out really good information for us that we can understand better. And so that's going to be so helpful. And I'll cover that a little bit later as I show you that company that's going to be helping us along here. Again, very reasonable priced as well to help us get this data that we need. Otherwise, you know, there's a lot of guesswork involved already, but we need to try to minimize that guesswork and get some good answers here. So any other questions with Streetlight? I don't have too much data from them yet as we're still playing with it and trying to work out what we want to get from Streetlight. Okay, this next one is a Hiawatha. This is visual counts that we had our lot attendant do. So it's a little bit hit and miss, but it was very interesting on what folks there were doing. And so the attendant was directed to ask, why did you park here and what you're doing and where you're going? And so as you can see, the incline had the most, which of course is where we're directing them, so that made sense. About 4,100 folks, and these are individuals, by the way, not cars. He was interviewing people. 699 shop, eat, and incline, so a few people would stay and eat. And then you had the COG. We had about 900, a little bit more than 900 COG car folks there. And then, but a decent number would shop, eat, and use the COG. And then the other, they just didn't want to tell us what they were doing, or they said, we're going to stop and eat, and we don't know. And then we have the total vehicles. Again, this is a little looser in the counts. We didn't have the attendant every day, but it was consistent throughout July 22nd, and I don't think it was December. So I have December on there, so we actually didn't have the attendant there at that time. What time did that end, Kevin? Do you remember? That's towards the end of summer.
He was going in there on our busier weekends. That stopped right before the Thanksgiving holiday.
Okay, thank you.
And Roy, these were always done on weekends, so the days that were not done were their slower days, but this always had weekend data during the summer.
Yep, thank you. Okay, this next one started just looking at maybe what's going to be happening in the future. So this is just kind of a crystal ball on what we're going to be facing, and we need to find some solutions. So, El Paso County has grown. We all know that. And 737,000 in 2021. And just based on doing a easy prediction chart, as you can see where we're going to be possibly if the trend continues. So more and more people could be moving to the area based on this trend, which then if we look at the average number of people per family in the United States and then the vehicles per household, we come to that, there could be another, 470,000 cars or total cars in 2026. So that's a lot of vehicles that we're going to have to manage because they're going to come to this town. I keep hearing all the time from folks, they just love Manitou. And so now we have to figure out how do we make sure they don't love Manitou to death and they come here and enjoy themselves, but do it in the right way. So we need to find those solutions. So that is the data we have so far. Now I want to just talk about things we've done already. Any questions on the data otherwise that you saw? Okay. Yes.
So the Hiawatha chart, I'm just trying to synthesize what Denise said. This is data that was taken only during the weekends between July 22 and Thanksgiving? Is that right? That's the general?
Yes, it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and it was...
And this is a daily count average, or this is like for all those months? What's this 21,000?
Let me go back to that
Is that per
one.
day? Is that the average?
So are you looking at this one here, the Hiawatha parking, right?
Yeah, I went back to that one.
Okay, so that is that is from July 22nd through, it was just before Thanksgiving. And that was, people were parking and come up, pay, and the attendant would ask where they're going.
I get that part.
Yes.
Is it 21,000 people a day?
That was the total head count that
So
he
this is
had
the-
for those weekends, yeah.
So this is the average weekday, not even weekend. This is the average one day?
No, this, as far as I know, this was the total count that he achieved on the weekends for that July, end of July, so basically August, September, October. And then things really slowed down, of course, going into the fall.
So does this mean there was an average of 21,756 cars per weekend during that time frame? Is that what this is supposed to tell us?
No, this is telling us the number of people.
The number of people averaged per weekend?
No, that was, sorry.
Go ahead,
That's an
Denise.
cumulative average
Yes.
over that
It says
timeframe.
parking data, so, but I get it, you're interviewing individuals.
Correct.
I just didn't know if this is per day or per weekend. Or per 4 months worth total combined, everything. I guess it's what Nancy said.
Yeah.
Was
I will
Nancy right?
double check that, but I believe it was since they're just doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that it was that period.
Oh, so it'd be 3 days per week?
Yes,
Over that time period?
correct.
Of all those months?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
We'll give you the exact dates that he worked in time so that you can have that, yeah.
Yeah, we have all the sheets and everything, and I will confirm, but that's what I got out of that information. Yeah. Okay, so accomplishments in 21. So we have worked hard, again, the staff out there, whether we were striping roads, what we were just working on many things we can do, a lot of the low-hanging fruit. The first item I want to talk about is transit. Of course, the COG created a mobility hub, which was part of the TMMP suggestion to help. So that was put up in operation. Hiawatha was also is getting there, but we have improved the area. So what we did in Hiawatha, we have better wayfinding signs. The Pike Ride program was put up there. Again, all helping with the whole idea of a transit area. Entry modification, we took a look at the flow of traffic, and so where we had the entry by El Paso and Old Man's Trail, we moved it to Manitou and Old Man's Trail, which now we got rid of a dead end, which you never want in any kind of parking lot or parking structure. So now the flow is better. Three-way stop was put at Old Man's Trail in El Paso, which has really helped the shuttle bus. They reached out to me and really appreciate the safety now that they can get out, as well as many residents. We did resurfacing and striping in the parking lot. Crosswalks were going to actually happen today or tomorrow, but due to the wind warnings for tomorrow, it's been canceled, and we're going to try to do it next week. And that's crosswalks along where the shuttle is. And then, of course, the street art that was put up to help with some of the calming in the area. And then we made El Paso a shared road. So all that is that transit area mobility hub. Number two, parking. We improved our communication. And this includes the wayfinding signs. The parking logic is up and running 100%. We have on the website real-time data for people who want to see where there's parking occupancy available. So that's been working well. Plus then on the street, there's wayfinding. Those are wayfinding signs to get them when they get into town on where lots are still available. We also added some signage up at Bar to give more information on the cost and how to navigate that kiosk and the pricing. And then downtown, the wayfinding signs that were, especially the one at the Hiawatha lot, has been a really positive responses because it has the walking distance. And we're going to continue to move on places to put more of these to help with people to understand how to get downtown in certain areas. In the lower corner there's also in that little map. And to us, that's probably one of the biggest things is trying to catch people at home before you come out. You know, and if you see these little teardrops red, you know, there's just no parking here, so maybe it's not a great day to cruise out here. So we're hoping that they do that, and we're messaging that the best we can right now. The increased demand management's been one of the goals of the TMMP. T2 Flex was added, and Kevin, I believe we're up 100%.
That is fully functional and live, staff is using it.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you define demand management so we know what got increased?
Yes, so in the TMMP, the goal, one of the goals is that we do a better job of managing the demand of parking in town. So all the methods we use, they all coordinate together and how we help with that control. Part of that's with ambassadors, the parking enforcement. That's really critical. They're out there. When people see them, they turn over the lots faster because They know they're out there looking. Increasing our inventory, so the extra spaces in Hiawatha, for example. All that is part in the management of our demand of parking in town. Great question. The T2 Mobile is also up. We're really excited about that because it's now text to park. So you can use the kiosk, but you don't need to. You just text in the number, and you don't even need an app. And so you can do it on your phone, pay for it. So far, so good on that. That started up this past week as well, I believe. Increased demand continued. We did a rate structure increase in 2021, as you know, approved. Again, I'll talk more about rates soon. Parking enforcement, we're really starting to get out there, push it even more, trying to learn on how to improve turnover by being visible, customer service, going out there, talking to folks. And when they see them out there, we improve their vests. Their vests are brighter and friendlier, and the staff likes them, so they're visible. And so we're doing from that part too, is trying to, which is a huge reason to get turnover or to start pushing turnover, is when the parking enforcement's out there in full force, helping people and reminding people. Yes.
What does Donald say, whatever his last name is?
Shoop?
Shoop, yes. What does Mr. Shoop say about this? It seems to me, and I'm no expert, that if I have a choice of parking in Cannon for $2 an hour or on-street parking, isn't on-street parking supposed to be the most expensive if it's right downtown? I mean, I thought that we're supposed to save money. If I'm coming to Manitou, I want to save money if I'm willing to park a little further away. And if I'm going to park right there, right in Wichita, or right on Cannon, or on the street in front of, the restaurant, that you're paying more. So I don't understand how we got to these numbers. Is there any rhyme or reason to it? Or is there a reason why on-street parking isn't any more than going to Cannon? I guess Cannon is so close. Maybe that's why. But
Well,
I just wondered.
yeah, so Cannon, we decided to count it as basically on street. I mean, it's a small area. It's right on the street there. So if you recall, but it was early, was it this year? Last year? This year, early this year. We, the rates in town were all flat. And Donald Shoop says, you never want that, because just as you said, you want to have higher pricing as you have prime parking areas, and that's downtown. So our first step was to try to get, there's never been an increase in pricing in Manitou for parking. So our first goal was to see if we can actually get that approved and get it through, and we did. So we did up the prices some downtown. There's a little, but not enough, and I'm going to cover that in a minute, on some recommendations that I'm going to bring to the parking board tomorrow along with them. But that you're right on track. Downtown should be more expensive because it's prime right there in front of stores. And then as you go out the core, you should be paying less and be able to spend more time. Yeah.
Does Mr. Shoop also address the concept of supply and demand? So like if you've got, 80 cars in a 70-car lot, you're at 120% or whatever of capacity, doesn't that suggest that you need to raise your prices now to control?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Yes, I will
Okay.
cover that. And you're right on track. So that will, I think you can help me present that if you want. Okay. Good questions, though. Yes, and we'll cover that in a minute when we do for goals for 21. Walking and rolling. Again, this one's a big one because we want pedestrians to feel safe. So we have accomplishments, the share of the road on El Paso. Again, some good compliments that it feels safer. We did street diets, which means we just narrowed the roads to the legal limits so that people try to stay in lanes, they slow down. Noticed some success there. It also, when it makes it safer, extends the pedestrian reach. They feel like they can walk and get to their location. and it improves their experience, which is so important. That takes time, of course, to feel safe and comfortable. But crosswalks, we've tried to improve those, or at least even stripe them when they were fading. Shared streets, street signs have been modified or improved. A lot of them were fading. El Paso again and Lover's Lane, into Lover's Lane will be a goal going into 221. I'll talk about that in a minute. We talked about our street art. Upper Ruxton parking, we eliminated the on-street parking, so it's RPP only, and I think that has helped some with not having too many people up there. It's still a challenging area, but it helps when there's no actual parking on the street there for folks once they learn that. So Hiawatha Flow, et cetera, and Becker's in that area, we've been trying to increase the comfort for walking or rolling. Number 4, biking and mobility. Again, El Paso is the shared road. That was a recommendation in the TMMP. So to me, it was easy to go ahead and try to get that working and getting people used to use that. With the street diets we did out there and increased walking path and biking path and the Cheryl markings, those are those painted little bike folks, green things on the ground. But it really has helped. Interesting was Pedicab, and recently talked to the gentleman who runs that, and he is really having a lot of success. And so one of the things that he's talking about is adding more service to residents. If they can just grab a pedicab and get into town to eat, could be a lot of fun. So, but he's getting calls already, and he wants to expand that. Pike Ride, of course, is in 3 locations right now in town: Shriver, Hiawatha, and Lulu's, I believe. And we'll continue on moving this direction with trying to make a nice bike path for folks. The one last thing with the bikes is that bike safety stop, again, makes it safer for bicyclists they can roll through a stop sign. And it's so far, I've kind of witnessed that, watching it, and it works pretty well. So I'm impressed with what I'm seeing with the bike safety stops as well. So we'll continue with the biking and mobility as we go forward in 2022. Next is streets. We spent some time on restriping streets. I will tell you that the Ruxton corner there today, we shaved the center lane and moved it over a foot so that you don't have that sharp turn where people walk around the corner. So we actually moved it over to give space and painted a bigger walk path. And again, part of that's a street diet idea, is that, look, if people want to stay in lanes, they do try, they will pay attention. And before the end of the weekend, we'll have some delineators out there too for now. That's a temporary, just to mark the path for the walkers and also alert the vehicles going up that corner. So we're hoping that helps a lot, but it's marked well up there now. And so we'll see how that helps until we look into next year on other solutions. Okay. Streets are continued. Again, we talk about road diets, U-turns. We have looked at some areas that need some U-turn signs, put them up to try to help with reducing that. Everything causes congestion when people are just doing what they want, so we're trying to give them good direction out there. Reminding them about the wildlife in the neighborhoods, the no-through traffic into neighborhood areas. And then there's been a mirror put up. I don't know if there's other mirrors that are needed, but so far actually had some compliments on the mirror on that corner, so that's been a really positive move. And that does remind me, we are still in a stripe Washington as well once we do the around Memorial. So that was postponed, but it still will be done as well. Communication, probably one of the biggest things that we have to work on and continue to work on is communication, and we're really getting there. So again, wayfinding is big, and we're going to continue to find ways to get people to navigate the city, looking at next generation apps, but currently with the Parking Logics, good data's coming in, information for people where parking lots are located and what's available. And then or the map online is probably the biggest thing that will help us once people they find it, they start using it. As you can see on this one here, the bar lot was 4 from being filled. And this was some real-time data I pulled off the internet. So, and again, it's real-time, so someone looks at it, you'll know what's going on. For communication, comes down to wayfinding again. We have the text, and then we have this data. This is the data we get to see and can get many different types of information from the Parking Logics program, and also allows the parking staff to see real-time during the day where areas are maybe to capacity. And what's important, what we're starting to do, and Kevin's sending his guys out to those locations to make sure that cars are moving. If they're not, if they're done and they're expired, then they're moving along, and just having the presence makes that happen. So this gives parking department a way to know where there's a lot of congestion problems go on, even before it gets to that 100%. Okay, goals for 2022. We are going to complete a transit study in the first quarter of 2022. It really was surprising to me when it was brought up in council a few times. I kept researching online, trying to find any studies for transit and shuttle. And with all the studies, I can't find anything that really we can use to figure out how they determine routes. I'm assuming that the shuttle service, use their technology and but it would be nice to figure out maybe there's better ways to do it in Manitou. So, that's where that company will be using some traffic engineers, and they can use the streetlight data, and they can help us maybe guide on the best way to do the transit in Manitou Springs. And that could include, do we expand mobility hubs and where, the routes and frequency. Other things we'll look at, of course, is the electric trolley. It takes a year to produce, so it's something we'll have to make a decision on for 2023. Mountain Metro, of course, we'll use them and either figure out if we're going to do a different method, but in the meantime, they're providing a service, and we'll continue to see what we can utilize with them. I will tell you that they have approached me and offered to put in for a grant for electric shuttle for Manitou only. So we are in talks with them on how to do that coming in. Again, it takes a year to produce these things, so we're talking not next year, but 2023. Yes, ma'am.
Is that a grant to buy it or to rent it for a year or what? Can you?
It would be a grant to buy it, yes. And then we would get it, they would house it, so they would take care of it and charge it up, and then we would have to pay the driver, just like we do now.
I see.
But it
Okay.
would be a Manitou shuttle dedicated to Manitou Springs.
Thank you.
Yes.
Be in addition to any other Metro, because I know that Metro was talking about an electric bus that we might, so this would be in addition to any of the mass transit provided by Mountain Metro currently.
Yes,
It
there.
wouldn't replace anything.
There's one, I believe there's one shuttle one electric shuttle, maybe two. Dole, do you recall if that was one or two? Shuttle, electric though, electric ones. Yes.
Can you come up?
So Judith,
Dole, if you give us your name,
oh,
please.
sure.
and
Sorry.
title again.
This is Dole Gerbenik, city engineer from Manitou Springs with foggy glasses. To your question, the way I understood Mountain Metro was that we were a good candidate for a designated shuttle to Manitou, essentially Route 33. One of the buses could be electric, one of them would be diesel. Potentially Route 36 was the other opportunity. So it would replace one of the existing shuttles that's being utilized now. But the grant has to be applied for, it's waived out, but they think we're a great candidate for it, and so do we.
So technically, we would have at one point, if we get this other shuttle, we may have another one that is used sometimes in Manitou, but it's going to be tested throughout Colorado Springs as well. So
I know what you're referring to, and when we talked about Mountain Metro, And it's only their big buses, which is currently the Route 3 bus, because those are the only ones big enough to house enough batteries, that Mountain Metro is comfortable utilizing and testing. So that's because they have to have such reliable service that lasts for so long. They can't afford to take a bus out of service for a period of time and charge it. They have to have enough to last the whole day. Only the big, full city buses meet that criteria, which is only our Route 3 bus. So that's, but that could be, I mean, if you go into Colorado Springs and come into Manitou, you could ride an electric bus occasionally as they're rotating it through to learn about how it works all day type thing.
And if we were to, or if they were able to expand that, we would have to have the infrastructure with EV charging. I mean, there's been some discussion, probably a smaller shuttle will need to be charged in between times. Now, what's really neat about the charging systems now, just like your phone charger, you can put it under the road as the bus stops to pick up folks, it's charging. And so you don't even see it. So there's technology out there, and that's been being talked about as it's so new still. And buses, unlike cars, buses are still struggling a little bit. I'll give you an example at Breckenridge, or was it Estes Park? Estes Park, thank you. They're buying their second electric shuttle, trolley, I should say. And what they found, though, was that bus drivers were really nervous with them because, you know, where you have gas and you know you have gas, you weren't always knowing where you are with power. And if you don't use the brakes right, because the brakes actually charge the battery back up, then you can have a bus driver that actually the bus dies, whereas someone else could still be driving it because they know what they're doing and have experience. The other thing is when they did go out initially, when they towed them like normal vehicles, and they caught on fire, or close to it, because you have to disengage, and they don't have it set up that way because the battery then starts getting charged from pulling them. You know, so there's a lot of things that are being worked out, but I know they're getting better, and it's definitely something in the future that's going to happen, and we're just going to have to stay on top of that and try to get the best products for Manitou.
And Estes Park also told the story that people would travel to Estes Park to see the electric trolley. It became
Yes.
its own amusement, which is kind of bittersweet because we're wanting to manage people, but people are coming just to see this management of people device. So
Yeah, I think they're to make them two different colors too, so blue and red, and kind of, you know, so you know which bus to get on. But yeah, neat things, and so we'll continue pursuing that. The other thing is electric carts. We have been looking at these electric carts, and they're at the bottom picture, but they're, you know, and maybe we do a pilot with one or two of those. We can charge them at Public Works. We can see if we can get folks and just do downtown Manitou, easy pick them up and improve that experience. Because right now, if you saw the shuttle, sometimes there's a line that goes around the corner there on El Paso and Old Man's Trail during the summer months. So this may be a way to do a little pilot with some of these, and these things we can get quicker. We just have to figure out, you know, do we drive them, how we're going to manage that, because it wouldn't be Mountain Metro that uses those carts. Yes.
How many people can sit in those?
I believe 20, depending on the size, there's different sizes, and they can be open air. So it can be 10, it could be 20, and I don't know if they have any larger ones, but these are smaller carts.
yes, you can get those, and then they also sell an identical one that you hook up to it and you tow. And so it's like those carts that you would see at Disneyland where they're all connected. You can get those, and then those actually house additional batteries, which double the range as well. So there's a potential to really, I think, move people. And then the nice thing about this idea, which we're still trying to discuss, is that Mountain Metro is great, but because of their federal dollar and their federal requirements, they really can, and we've talked about, they only can make route adjustments twice a year. So the nice thing about what we talk about is that if we're able to introduce this type of kind of real flexible, I mean, we would have the ability to take them out of line and charge them if we needed to. We could say, hey, there's something going on here. Tell the drivers, go in that area. Someone's having a chili cook-off and everyone's in this area. Let's really work that route. And so it would give the city the ability to kind of understand and be dynamic and fluid to the situation that day, and not have to be so regimented, which Mountain Metro is required to do.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
I really think it's important to mention here, and because there were some very good questions, that right now, this is a lot of just research, right? There's no promises. We've got, you have, mechanics to look at. There's a lot of data that we have to look at. There's a lot of financials, pros and cons, which you've asked us to bring. So right now, this is just researching some opportunities, some really cutting edge. Sometimes you want to be on the cutting edge, and sometimes you don't. So I just don't want to make any promises and that we walk away and you go, oh, you promised this, because that's not what we're doing. These are just opportunities that they're looking at right now.
Yes, thank you, Denise and Dole. The last one's on-demand microtransit, and that's actually really new. So I did throw it on here. I started looking into it, but it's becoming really popular. And what you do is you set up with a company. They have normally vans. It could be electric vans, but you basically, through an app or call, they come pick you up, take you where you want. It's on demand, and it's becoming really popular now. So, kind of like a taxi cab, I suppose, but they work for the city and have a vehicle ready. So I'm still looking into it, but it seemed really interesting. Yes?
Yeah, I was going to say, how does that differ from Uber or a taxi? Is it that the employee is paid as a Manitou Springs employee? Is that?
No,
what
this
you're
would
suggesting?
be a company that we contract with, and they would just be here to provide transit service at a small scale.
Oh, like we pay them
Yeah.
to thank you for being our taxi cab?
Yep. And you
Doesn't
can
Yellow
also
Cab do it
charge.
for free?
What's that?
Don't the taxi services come to Manitou for free?
Yes, but this would be, so if someone wanted to do app, and again, it's really new, so I really don't want to misrepresent it.
No, I'm just
but-
trying to understand the
yes.
concept.
And so I'll need to dive more into this, but my understanding is that the microtransit would be available for this area, and then through an app or a call, they would just come pick you up, and they would be available for this area. So we would work out a deal for them. And now that it could be a cost, so that either the people pay to use this service or the city decides they want to provide this service.
Oh, like free taxi for the whole city?
Yeah, kind of like that. But I have to look more into it. It's really new. But I thought, the idea, again, like Denise said, there's a lot of these things where there's so many things out there. In 1 week in my inbox, there's probably 10 new items and things about parking and transportation. So this is just another one, but I just threw it out there, thought, man, there's so many things coming out here right now. But I'll continue to research on this one since it's so new.
And as you know, there's legal implications for that, for taking business. So there's a lot of things that have to happen for these, but this is dreaming tonight of all the things that could occur. And then, of course, we'd come back with pros and cons.
Okay, the next goal, of course, we have Mountain Metro we'll use for next year as we're still looking at other transit ideas. Colorado Springs is going to pay 80%. I just put the information on here for that agreement for 2022 so that we're set up. 20% is Manitou Springs, which is paid by the URA. But if you noticed at the bottom there with the check marks, the cost for Manitou Springs, or URA is paying it, is $146,874, but last year was $181,170. So Denise was able to work out some extra discounts at Colorado Springs for next year, which is real helpful to us. So this will be utilized for 2022 again as we start looking for what we want to do for the future.
Roy?
Yes.
With regards to Mountain Metro, since we missed our opportunity, unfortunately, which I don't want to have that happen again, to sit down this fall for 2022. So are we on, is that on the council agenda so we don't miss it for spring of 2022 so that we can make changes? Because council didn't have any opportunity to have any input on this. And I for example, we talked, it was 2020 about, do we want 233 shuttles? And how often do we want 33 to go up there? Do we want one? Do we want two? And then, oh, surprise, Mountain Metro funded one of them. So, of course, we took it. So I want to have more robust conversations, have council have more robust conversations with Mountain Metro going forward.
Councilor Chandler, if I may, it looks like on the schedule of March 8th, which is a work session, we'll be discussing public transit then, and then also on April the 12th, Mountain Metro questions for the public. So that is anticipated and scheduled currently.
And then if we made any changes in April, when would those go into effect with the Mountain Metro? Do they go into effect
Yeah, so we have,
that fall, or?
yeah, this is always throws a loop. We have two periods. The one we currently missed, we really have to have information to Mountain Metro by November so they can prepare it for December, and then it goes out to public comment in January. And then they can have it, I think, in effect like April. And then the next one is in April, I believe, around there, and it has to go through that same cycle to be ready for the next year.
Which is the fall then, so that would go, so I'm confused about that, so,
Denise, if you can confirm that,
Yeah, because if we have to be ready by
Yes.
April, then we can't have we may have to move up that March work session.
I sent that to council, but I don't have the exact date, so let me verify that and get it back out to everybody so you have it.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry,
put
it's
that
going
on
to take
there,
me a moment to find it, so let me see if I can find it while he's talking.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
'cause
thought I had it
don't want
on
us
here.
to
but I
miss
didn't.
the next deadline.
Yeah, so
So if we have a work session in March,
yeah, let's, Denise is gonna try
Yeah,
to find out. We had it in the PowerPoint, we can give the exact dates. At the end of the day, what we need to do is make sure that we don't forget it, it's in the calendar, and we have a chance to discuss that well in advance of the deadline. So that'll be what we do. Because we do need to discuss what we want to do, and we have to have time to do that, and then they need time to have the information. So we'll make sure that's on for this coming year.
thank you for getting me that information again.
All right, transit again here, it is the Smore Mountain Metro ridership, so I'm able to get the ridership from Mountain Metro and put it in a graph on use. And you have Route 33 there on the top. And that's, the only thing on my graph where I noticed is that the 2 is actually January, so ignore the 1. So 2 is January, February, so the bottom number is the month, but the 2 is actually starts with January. So I hope that makes sense. So ignore the 1. So 2 is January, 3 is February, 4 is March, 5 is April, 6 is May. So those are the months at the bottom. So it didn't cooperate with me when I was trying to make this thing here. But if you look at the daily average, and you can see how many people utilize 33, and then if you look at the bottom, that's 36, and that's the daily average using 36. All right, parking. So again, we're going to continue improving communication to the public. The price of paid parking, I told you we'd hit that, and we're going to talk more about paid parking itself and the costs, duration, parking enforcement, and then how do we enhance supply. So again, additional mobility hubs and parking in town, do we need it? So as we look, this is probably going to be one of the most important things we look at tonight, in my opinion, just because you have limits on how we control the parking problem. One thing that Donald Shoup talks about is if you build more parking garages, you're just gonna have more cars. And one of the stories he tells is about fishing license. And in 1919, they finally decided to have fishing license because before that, all the lakes were being fished out because if it was free, then it's all my fish if I catch it. So parking is similar. if it's free or it's low cost, then if I get it, it's mine. And it's just kind of what it is in the world, not even just the United States. So the only way to help change people's decision on whether to drive or take a bike or transit is the fact that the driver should have to pay for what they use. And too often the driver doesn't have to, because every car has they say anywhere from 3 to 6 spaces is required for every car wherever they live. If you go to the store, you better have a parking place. If you go to this other store, you better have a parking place. If you go home, you got to have a couple parking spaces. If you go wherever, you have to have a parking space for free mostly. So the only way to control that is say, okay, you can have your parking space, but you're going to have to pay a certain amount. And if it's premium, you're going to have to pay more because it's very convenient. And that actually ends up being more fair to everyone. You know, most people who are low income they may not have cars. A lot of them ride bikes, a lot of them. And so the ones who have funds can pay for the parking spot, and that would also then go to help everybody else, just like with the enterprise fund that we're doing, so we can put that money back to help with mobility and transportation. So if we look at this here, and this has not all been vetted yet. Tomorrow night I'll have the MAPS meeting for the Mobility and Parking Board, and we will go over on pricing for next year. And just like Ms. Wolf was mentioned earlier, it comes down to pricing it more expensive where it's premium. And we're currently not doing great at that. So some of the ideas here is at the 92% range. If it's 92% and over, you know, we're going to charge $2 an hour for the first 2 hours and then $5 an hour after that. Again, we're going to work this out, so this is not 100% correct yet. That'll be with the MAP board tomorrow night to see if we can figure out a good plan. As the percentages get higher, the price has to get higher. And it just we have to get turnover. The goal is about 7 turnovers a day. And it's not, you know, people have told me, Roy, you just want to increase prices, make money. It's really about controlling or changing behavior. And you can't do it otherwise if it's just free. There's nothing stopping someone from driving. So you have to look, how do we do this in a fair way? And it comes down to the right price. We're not going to try to charge people too much, but we have to charge enough. And so then when you go out to the outside parking lots, that is the cheapest because, you know, it's also a little more inconvenient. But you can stay longer and you can enjoy yourself and walk around, you know, beautiful downtown Manitou Springs. If you want to stop by and get something real quick, then you pay that price. And it's amazing how people will. And again, we're looking really mostly at the visitors. They come in here for a short period of time, and we really have to focus on that part with them. When it comes to the residents, the goal is going to be having a free parking program, but with a limit on that at some point. So for example, and this is not how we're doing it yet, so this is just thinking, you know, if a resident's allowed 50 free hours a year to use as they like to park downtown within the rules, so if it's 2 hours parking spot, that's it for them as well. They still have to punch in, but they get free. Once they use that up, maybe they get a discounted rate to recharge and be able to park longer. But the idea is we take care of residents and we try to give them, you know, the idea is we don't want to necessarily charge them the fee. They already pay taxes, they live here, and so they get a benefit for being a resident. The employees, we look at also how do we take care of them. A lot of them are minimum wage folks. The 400 block is a perfect spot for them. It's a little further, but if the businesses are given they would have to have some fee, the business would have to pay something, so we have some limits on how many they want, because that has to be controlled as well. There's no free parking, no such thing. It all costs. But then the employees can park in the 400 block at a really low rate. Maybe their employer can pay it and get a permit. And then when it comes down to all the in town, you know, then the visitors will pay what they need to pay to enjoy the town. And I don't know about you, but when I go on vacations, I really don't care what I pay. I go to enjoy myself, and whatever's closest I pay. So that's what we're going to be talking a lot about tomorrow night with the parking board and trying to come up with this pricing plan. And we're only going to do it 2-tier to make it simple. So the experience is the same. And they do, I believe it's Montrose. They've recently done that, and it's working really well. So you have the downtown core at a rate, and then you have the outside the core, which is going to be the cheaper rates. And then, of course, you have the lots, which will always be like just a nice benefit for longer-term parking. So that's what we're going to talk to the parking board, and then my goal is to bring something to council in January or February so we can get approval before summer on a new rate structure. The other part of this that we're really going to push is the delivery trucks in the middle of Manitou Avenue. I did talk to the bid, and they told me that if the city can come up with an ordinance that requires certain delivery times, then they could definitely tell their companies that deliver, this is the time the city allows deliveries. Now, this wouldn't be Amazon, UPS, USPS, because they have real strict delivery times anyway. They're in and out. But we're talking the bigger trucks that take the center aisle, having more controls there, and just saying, here's the delivery time for these big trucks in Manitou Avenue. So we need to look at it, still vet that a little bit, but we have to control that center lane for safety reasons. And if you drive down Manitou Avenue and all those cars parked in the middle, and it just really adds to the congestion and safety issue, the crosswalks, et cetera. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I was going to suggest, I don't know if this will mess things up too much for the businesses, so this might not work well. But as a driver, I don't like when there is a delivery truck stationed right before I approach the crosswalk, because I have no way of knowing if someone is crossing unless I literally stop right next to the delivery truck and
Yes.
look. So that doesn't seem like a really good place for them. And then maybe this is what you're referring to in terms of safety, but when they're parked for, I don't know if there are time limits, but when they're parked in the middle there, if it's in the summer, there's no way for the police or the fire trucks to get through.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, yeah. And the
So I don't know
crosswalks
if
and
there
that, yes.
are, if it's feasible, but perhaps something limiting the duration. If you're going to use that location to unload as opposed to something less convenient where you're, hauling stuff in on dollies, then you can't be there for more than a certain amount of time perhaps, because it's just.
There is a time limit, and I believe is it 15 minutes, Kevin? 15-minute time limit currently in code. It does, now there's also laws about parking too close to the crosswalks. The problem we have, of course, in that middle aisle is that nothing's really designated on what to do. So people just park, and then if they see someone parked there, it just kind of opens it up as another parking spot, I suppose. But if we try to get to the companies that have the big trucks, at least the big trucks that they deliver before 10 a.m., for example, then that would help at least maybe eliminate them during the daytime when it gets busier. And then, of course, we need to do better at enforcing the rules of the center lane and making sure the businesses understand the time limit, staying away from the crosswalks, which I believe is 20 feet by law.
They don't do that.
They
I
don't do
never-
that, no.
No. I mean, there are violations like every
Yes.
day.
We can almost hire someone just to probably park there in the summertime.
Well, and there's no little sign. How are people supposed to know?
Correct.
And
And
I'm not
yes.
suggesting more signs. I think we have too many signs already, so don't take that the wrong way.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't know if, we paint something on the stone, that's, like this is a loading zone, but then, I don't know if that looks good, so. But there's things we can look at for that center lane, and try to make it just safer and less congested too, because it's a bad area when yes. And now parking reservations. So again, I'm continuing to work on this with Honk, H-O-N-K. We'll have that access to that website that will be attached to ours, and we'll be able to test out bar reservations. And so that is planned and still planned before summer to have that up and running. I'm hoping right now in January, February that we get to play around with it and test it. So we're in progress with that as well, so. No, Hiawatha, we're going to do a pilot at Bar, and then we'll see how Bar goes. Now, I was doing some research on reservations, and China has just did a big study on they're trying to look at reservations for their city. And it would be nice for cars to be able to know if they have a parking space and reserve it. After the study was over, they determined that the technology is not there yet to try to do it at a large scale. And it may end up being really hard to manage. But the good news is that there's a lot of talk about through GPS and future of parking, especially with the smart cars, that we'll all know where to go and know where to park. So currently, we want to do a Bar trial. It's a little smaller scale, see what it takes manpower-wise, see how it works, how people take to it, how effective it is, and then we can go from there. But currently, we don't have plans to do Hiawatha yet, and Hiawatha, in all reality, I don't know where we'll be with the lot, with the Hiawatha project as well. So if we're going to do reservations, we do have to provide a nice place for cars to park, and it's okay, but we still have some work to do out there.
I guess it's something we can talk about, but if the concept is that reservations will decrease all the pollution and all the congestion and all the unpleasantness of a crowded experience, then the fact that Hiawatha isn't pretty yet doesn't seem like a good reason to postpone to me. We're not, people are going to come whether Hiawatha looks horrible or not. We already know that because they come and it looks horrible. I mean, it's getting better, but I mean, it looks pretty run down. It looks pretty low class. So I'm just saying, I hate to see the reservation system postponed for that lot because that's such a big part of our problem is the incliners and all that congestion, and even we were talking about with the incliners driving down Minnehaha and all
Yeah,
that.
Now, keep in mind,
training
though,
center.
yes, keep in mind that the incline reservation system that you all approved still can be turned down, and it would then control some use. Now, we have to work on that and figure that out, but if, we're playing with that number right now, but we have a control system on the incline that's working really well, which also Colorado Springs seems to support. They're having a lot of good, public is pretty happy as a whole with its use because there's more room to enjoy yourself going up an incline versus the old days.
Right.
Right? So there's still some tweaking there that we can do if we need to, and we're in discussions with them every month, seeing how things are going. And if it looks like, I'll give you an example of a recent, yesterday and today, they're closed because of the work from CSU, which is possible because we can let them know, and then we dial the number down to 0. And now, we might still get a few people up there, let's be honest. It's not gated, but it's not many. And most people do, I think 90% are law-abiding citizens and try to follow the rules. So we can still control that method without actually still even having reservations at Hiawatha.
Right, or we might have to, if we go to a complete reservation system at Hiawatha, then the incline may have to, maybe Colorado Springs has to buy their own lot and shuttle their own people in. I mean,
yes,
anything's possible. I'm just anxious to get a reservation system at that particular lot because I think it'll have a really nice positive impact on our congestion problem, which is going to be worse this summer.
Well, yes, and hopefully with the pricing scheme that will help us with that, as Donald Shoup says, is the best way to do it. So I think we try that, we see how things go, and with our data, we'll be able to show one way or the other, is it working or not, and that's what's really exciting. So if we implement too many things, one of the things that's, I'm told all the time from other parking experts that I've talked to is like, be careful you don't overdo too many things at one time because we don't know the unintended consequences of one action. So if we end up doing that, what does it do? I mean, there's still going to be people who come in looking for parking, and they might try to poach some parking. And of course, we can try to go after them and get them.
Well, there's always
yeah.
cheaters,
Sure.
just like you can have a speed limit, and there's always going to be someone who goes over the speed limit, but that
Yes.
doesn't mean we throw the signs away.
True. yeah.
So, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So it's definitely a good discussion, but the good news is we're going to be at least testing one out and trying to get out the tweaks, and then council can have a bigger discussion on where to go from there. Thank you. All right, walking and rolling, again, we'll continue. Ruxton, there has been talk about a sidewalk. I think that council still needs to decide if they want one up there next summer. And so we have that direction. I'm not sure we had that direction yet from the majority of council, so we'll need that if that's what we want. We will be testing that site out with the, where we striped it right now and then I put the delineators so that we can kind of see how that's working. I haven't heard any complaints on the pedestrian lights on downtown Manitou Avenue. I know there was concerns early on that it might be too much, but if not, we wouldn't mind adding a few more of the pedestrian light systems in the Manitou. But if not, then we don't have to. But again, we're just trying to think of pedestrian safety there, and they're little flashing lights. So, but anyway, that is one thing we could do. I'm not saying we're doing it. It was something if council was okay with that as a whole. Extend the reach and improve the experience. Again, we'll continue looking at shared streets, El Paso, and how it goes in the Lover's Lane, and then all the tree canopy and green infrastructure is important. That everywhere we can add that along the path is important for people. If they want to walk, they have to have a good experience. Biking and mobility, again, trying to connect as much as we can, and that's the Lover's Lane and El Paso Mobility Boulevard idea. Someone came to me recently about an app for biking, so we're going to kind of look on how we can get that information out to folks on where to bike in Manitou ahead of time, so they kind of have an idea on the path and if they want to avoid busy streets, things like that. So we're looking into that, and then Creek Walk and shared use trails that will continue on as they work on the Creek Walk Trail. Very interesting when I was researching for our, the e-bikes and scooters. I know we don't allow scooters in town really, but they're coming. Based on this information here, shared micromobility trips, it's really expanding, and scooters are on the top of the list. So a lot of people are using those as a way to get around cities, and people will buy their own and use them out of their own homes, and we'll have them. So we have to be, that's where the forward-thinking policies, we really have to think about how we're going to manage that. And if you look, very interesting, some towns have found some solutions seem to be working, but if you look at the two pictures, one is when they just had it open and people just threw their scooters everywhere. And then when they provided a place just like bike racks, people started following the rules. So it can be helpful, but we really have to think about how we're going to manage this in the future with caps on use, limitations, are there fees if companies come in and do this, et cetera. So just something that we have to think about. Streets, again, we'll continue looking at street signs, improvements there. One thing I'm really excited about are the speed tables, kind of a newer idea. A lot of people talk about speed bumps, but speed bumps tend to cause or can cause damage to cars, can be hit pretty hard and cause problems with control. But these speed tables are wider, and they also have areas for the fire department and the buses to miss the speed table in a sense because of the axle distance. So we are going to look at getting one or two for pilots studies and put them in neighborhoods where there seems to be a speeding problem. And what's nice is too that you can get them to be like a 20 mile or 30 mile per hour speed table. So it still allows for the speed and not affect you too much. It's just when you start going faster than you're supposed to, then you feel it. So these are really a neat idea that we're going to be doing a trial on in a couple of areas to see how they go. Yes.
What do you feel? You
What-
feel what?
What do I feel? about them?
The speed tables, you can feel it.
Yeah, so,
I have no idea what it is, except you can feel it.
yeah,
Can you help me?
you feel the bump. Yes, you feel like you hit something. And so just like a speed bump, where you hit it really hard right at the beginning, this one you would have to hit that speed that you're not supposed to be going, and then you feel the difference. But they seem to be working because people see them. They're bigger, and so you kind of see these. If you see that picture, it's across the street, and then people see it. They slow down already. But if you're going too fast, you'll know you went over a bump. So that's how those speed bumps work too. Except those are more violent in a sense and hit you right. Oh no. No, that's maybe an interesting idea though. Yes, so, yeah, I don't think they do that, but interesting, yeah. Okay, update snow, so some things we've already done now. Jeff Jones worked hard on updating the snow removal plan. We have a map, street sweeping plan, map developed, when they're gonna do the street sweeping. So that's been updated now, and I believe either on the website or gonna be on the website so people know. And that's all, again, all a part on trying to make things just flow better, right? If the streets are cleaner, you can see the lines. If you get the snow removed, things just flow better. So we're all that's part of that whole connection. And then streetscapes, I think everyone knows that, trees and plants and everything help with calming. And so whenever you can put things around any kind of roads, that's helpful. So that we'll always look at how we can implement those ideas. And then as we continue to look at bigger things, with CDOT, with Highway 24, we're going to look at efficiency and access, and when there's opportunity, maybe we can do something there. So we'll continue to look at intersections, et cetera. So streets will continue on section by section. And then a little bit more, again, I kind of already covered this, I guess, neighborhood calming, very important. We're going to have an online study request form set up as soon as everything's approved. I think in February, Jeff Jones is supposed to come back and present the study idea again, and then we'll get something up on the website so people can request a study. Again, the street light will be a way for us to determine some traffic in neighborhoods. We are going to do a pilot on the radar signs. And so we'll set those up in an area, and that will also give us more data on speed limits, so we'll know how fast people are driving in neighborhoods. And also will help with some speed control by signage. We'll continue the road diets. So far, that's been positive on El Paso. I believe it's been positive on Becker's, based on talking to a couple folks out there, that it's been helpful. Cheryl's will continue for markings. Traffic circles is something I put on there because if we ever decide to change an intersection, we may want to look at traffic circles, and that's basically like a roundabout but smaller for a neighborhood. And they have some by the Broadmoor and some areas out there that seem to be very effective. 3 or 4-way stops have been positive things that we've done. And then, of course, we'll just continue to replace worn signage as we find a lot in the neighborhoods. Everything helps with just getting everything right. Again, we'll look at the Ruxton Roundabout is something we're talking about. If there's any improvements we can do there. The crosswalks are an area that we're considering. The crosswalks at the Ruxton Roundabout are too close to the roundabout itself. So then cars, when they stop there for pedestrians, the back end of the car sticks out into the roundabout and stops the roundabout function. So really the crosswalk should be higher up. So that the car at least can pull there and stop and leave a space for those cars going around it. So that's something we're looking at as well. We'll continue with communication. Again, one of the biggest things is getting the information out there to folks on what's happening in Manitou and when to come and not come. Several tools we're looking at, and there's a lot out there. We are looking at Waze, the Waze app, and we're researching it right now. It is tied to Google, and it seems to be popular and used by several agencies, so we're looking at that. Parking logics will be continued to utilize for real-time occupancy, Google Maps. If we can get even more into that, we'll add that as well. One thing really excited about is this N-Wave, which is now part of parking logics, but it's possible that we can put sensors in each parking spot downtown, and then we will know exactly when all the lot spaces are full downtown as well on street. So again, this could be mapped on the website, and people would know, wow, there's no parking in downtown, so maybe I stay home today, or I go find a parking place that's open. So again, just another way to message to the visitor and help our situation here in town. We'll continue with the mobile payments, the T2 touchless, which we just started, the reservation system, and getting that information out there for communication so people know not to drive up Ruxton, you know, you have to have a reservation first. So we'll work on getting that out there. Again, a lot of the mobile pay and the T2 touchless is going to be really good for the parking department. They'll be able to do citations. Hey, Kevin, what else you guys can do with all that flex?
The Flex will communicate with our LPR system. Anytime the LPR detects a hit, it will send that directly out to the staff on foot. I have been in contact with the LPR company. To your question earlier, Ms. Wolf, about the center lane, we have a 15-minute zone set up that when the vehicle drives by, it will ping those vehicles out to enforcement staff, and the timer will begin. We are looking at everything we can do to maximize efficiency with the software integration that you guys had approved in April for us to do this, and we are using all of it to the max.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. So we'll do that, and let's see. The FERS program, so the incline reservation system, will continue. It's been successful. Again, keep in mind we can discuss on numbers and things like that as we move along with this, but so far so good with that system. We're gonna try to keep expanding data as we work through things. Now this Stantec is the company we're talking with the streetlight data. And the interesting thing on this map here is some of the maps that they can put them into, and I know they're not easy to see on here, but if the one on the left, if you see that blue area, basically they were having 55-minute wait periods on that stretch of highway to get to a park on the north, and most of it was because that's the way they were going to try to get to multiple locations, and no one really knew there was another path they could take. So when they found out 55 minutes, they were able to put up a few signs and let people know where to go if they're going to a different location, and then they dropped it down to 12 minutes. So the data is what gave them that they saw the problem, and then they found a solution. So there's going to be heat maps. There's going to be all kinds of things we'll be able to work with these guys and gals to help us out in trying to figure out where we have the most traffic, what streets, where are they going on side streets. We'll be able to get all kinds of information to help us plan everything better for the traffic moving and parking. Here's some more data. That one on the left bottom side is very interesting because they actually can get peak times during events. So then they can, during a certain events in their city, they can tell how the traffic was, where it was at that point, and then where it's not as bad. And again, just good plans for us, good information that we can make some good decisions. Here's the implementation plan going into next year. Again, trying to have everything done by mid-summer, or by July, because then we want to have data, we want to have things completed. Some of these will move faster, some could move a little slower, but the idea is to stick with the plan and get things moving along and continue improving things. Again, these are all the references, a lot of things to read, so I won't go over that. The parking board meeting tomorrow, one thing, and this is again, any thoughts from the group here, from the council, you know, one thing with transit, I've been reading a few transit books, trying to educate myself on that, and they talk about coverage goal or ridership goal. And neither one is right or wrong, it's just what the city wants. And the one thing, though, is a coverage goal is more expensive, because now we're just thinking about how do we cover everyone in the city or wherever we want to cover folks for ridership. For just a ridership goal, you're looking at trying to find dense areas and have everyone go to that area. So you end up having less stops, less buses. But if you want coverage and you want to take care of the folks in Manitou from Crystal Hills to, then that's a coverage goal, and there's going to be more expense, which is okay, but that just has to be understood that we have to make some decisions where we want to push transit to. Parking, again, one big thing, and I don't know if it was my other slide, but I'm glad it's on this one. Not only do we want to change that fee structure to make sense, we also want to implement a automated fee structure change ordinance. And what that means is if the occupancy reaches 90%, 92%, and we study in a 6-month period, then automatically it may raise 25 cents. And what that does is we can do it right away. We can do it in 4 months or whenever that period is. We can go ahead and start getting the right price going in parts of the town that need it. So making it automated means we don't have to come and try to work it out over weeks and months to get a new price change. But it's just automated. It's approved by council, goes in an ordinance, and would be spelled out exactly how the increase will happen, when, and why. So that will be presented as well for you all to look at to see if that's a way to handle this versus trying to keep bringing prices back to council. It'll be an automated system that will be based on data that we obtain on occupancy levels. So walking and rolling, again, we'll talk with since they're a mobility and parking board, or will be soon, we'll talk to them on their thoughts of improvements, biking mobility, streets, communications. They'll be part of that. I haven't talked about the COG because we decided the COG can talk about the COG. So they're going to come in February and explain their solutions up there that they have planned for summer. And then you can ask them questions on that. We are continuing to meet with them and talk about things. They are looking in the parking logic system, so maybe they can also get that information out to their customers in real time on parking space. So they are interested. One thing from Interstate Parking, they have in Breckenridge now have worked with every business that has parking, and now they manage the parking for every business, the ski resorts, under one roof in a sense. So the city, everything has now working together, and that's something that's happening more often as well. So because when everyone has their own parking plan, that's what happens. They're just going to do what they do. But if the city maybe can manage the parking for them and we work out a way to do that, then we could have a setup for us to do it the right way that works in the whole system. So that's something we're reviewing as well and may present if we get to that point. Yes.
With that, Roy, with the Metro District has in the past been hesitant to work with the city. Is there more interest in working in partnership?
Yes, they have been real cooperative. I go to their meetings or try to. I know that they have their 2 lots and they do focus on those mostly. They do still had a desire. I don't know where they sit today for sure, but they have asked about their parking structure and what's the chances of building one in their lot. I said, well, if we look at one, it's probably Hiawatha or somewhere else, a little bit more outside the core, but I don't know that, depends. But they have been cooperative in the fee structure. Which is important now as we move along here. And they've been cooperating, trying to help out too in some of their ideas. So I would say the relationship's very good right now. And we'll continue to try to move that ahead and stay positive and see how they can help us, because their 2 lots do help us quite a bit. So we'll continue that and keep that positive relationship. So that concludes, not yet?
Excuse
Sure,
me.
sorry.
Yes.
So, under communication, one, I'm interested in the map boards ideas around how to communicate. You're getting so much done here, but because it hasn't hit some tipping point yet, it feels disjointed, or maybe, residents aren't tracking what's happening. And so I'm wondering if under the communication plan, it could be expanded to say, how are we updating the residents specifically on what's happening? How do we empower them so they know more than anybody else about how to navigate Manitou? And to also communicate that this is for them too, that I think sometimes it feels like it's just for tourists. And I fully intend on this improving my quality of life tremendously as a resident. And so just kind of that idea that, I don't know if when we talk about communication, if it's more than just parking logics, if it's also like, how are we actually embracing and celebrating what's happening?
Probably not as much as we should. But I know Alex tries to get out information for us, recently with the real-time data and so again, because then the residents can look at that too and say, hey, I'm not going downtown. It's all red. Let me stay home or order something at home. But we will continue to move forward on it. It's good idea, good thoughts. And there's just so much, I'll be honest with you, there's a lot in parking in this whole plan. And so I appreciate that feedback, and we'll move forward and trying to find more ways to get that out to the community, because it is important that they know what's going on so they can navigate it first and show everybody else how it's done. So thank you. Yeah. Denise, did you?
Well, Roy, that I love to talk about all things parking and mobility because it's so tied into climate change. They're inseparable. So I'm also a nerd who reads lots of books on traffic and parking. First of all, so with regards to your question about the fees, I'm a big believer of, the farther out you go and the harder it is or the longer it takes you to come into the core, those are the least expensive lots. And then as you move in, it gets progressively more expensive. I just read an article this morning about London is now the worst congested city in the world. I find that, I don't know, there's so many cities but I remember being there in London in 1992, and when they were just starting to implement outrageous parking fees. I mean, I remember going into inner city London, and it was the equivalent of $8 an hour there, because I mean, they had to get you out. But the thing about London was they didn't create a plan. They said, get out, don't park here, but then you had to figure it out. One of the slides that kind of pertains to that is, I think that Stantec slide, that I just want us to be really careful that there's a lot of communities out there that have utilized these systems, and all of a sudden these little neighborhoods are getting all this traffic, right? Because that never had, my little neighborhood, is bumper to bumper traffic now because of these kinds of urban planners that are diverting traffic out of the major thoroughways through these little communities, and neighborhoods are getting really upset. I know I would. So just a thought about that, just to really be thinking about that. So in your presentation, you you mentioned about, we need to decrease pollution and congestion and traffic. At the same time, you kind of flirted with, but we might need to increase our inventory of parking spaces, right? Now, and I realize that Manitou can't increase their parking inventory in perpetuity just because El Paso County is growing. At some point, we're going to say we are done with, building parking facilities. But I really like the idea of using lots that are already there. We didn't talk about the school district, but if you already have a paved lot that can be used, I'm all for it. In the future, I want us to be thinking about pervious lots too, especially if we were to do something, say around the creek, around any of those areas. But my thing about increasing any inventory is the only way that you're going to have your cake and eat it too, right? Decrease traffic, decrease congestion, and decrease air pollution, and increase inventory,
is if you have remote lots. If you have a lot that's either not in Manitou but close by, or is on the periphery, right, very periphery, and you are either shuttling those people in or they're using some kind of micromobility. So that would be the only time that I would really get behind, I'm willing to take a look at increasing the inventory if it's a scenario like that. So with regards to the COG, I appreciate that they're going to come and speak to us. And they're a big part of this process. And I guess my only comment about that is I would like to see more transparency. I would like to see more feedback about the communications that you're currently having with them. Because one thing that's hard for me is, we get a packet on Friday. They're part of a number of people that are presenting, and there they are, and we're going to talk about their plan. If there's things that I think council could, know ahead of time so that we can start digesting the direction that it looks like they're going to, I think that would help us be better prepared. And I live in a town that I can't get around in. I mean, I have no access to mass transit in this town except for the 36 shuttle at the height of tourist season. And so I'm really a fan of not using ridership numbers, but going with my ability. I would pay more to be able to get all the way around town using mass transit or micromobility. Because I also live in a town that I rarely shop here anymore. Like, I wouldn't have, not in my wildest dreams would I've come here on Black Friday. I mean, I would love to. I'd love to spend my money here. But if I'm going to go shopping and carry bags and I don't have mass transit and I'm just one of those cars that's, looking for a parking spot, then I'm part of the problem. So I don't have mass transit in my town. I don't really shop in my town much. So those are the frustrations when you said, we residents want to feel like, they're part of part of the issue, because we're putting up with a lot more sign pollution and all sorts of stuff. So that has to be part of that conversation too, is quality of life is so important, so important. So mass transit that gets us, that gets a resident everywhere in town, I think is going to be key to that quality of life issue. So I think that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bremner?
Yeah, I had a question on the Transportation and Mobility Master Plan. And I was kind of looking at this, and I saw on page 3, it has, the city of Manitou Springs was awarded $5 million from the Pikes Peak Area Council of Governments for the planning and design of the reconstruction of Ruxton Avenue. I wasn't even aware of that. $5 million?
You want to talk about Ruxton? Yes, we did get money for Ruxton, and go ahead.
Sure. It was applied for, and it was already all approved and granted when I joined. And we're actually working on that now. That's part of JR Engineering. We had a design contract, I think, out in front of you guys about a year ago, and that's leading that effort. They've been doing a significant amount of utility locating and engineering right now, and then the plan is to follow the Ruxton functionality study and then to do some preliminary design and to work that through the system. Of course, you know as well as anybody, that's a very congested corridor, so the biggest challenge in that is to break the construction up into small enough pieces that the work can start and complete in, January through April type timeframe.
I was aware that there was $800,000 for the study, but I had no idea that there was that much money, $5 million, to actually do the redesign and completely, I guess, redo Ruxton Avenue.
Yes, construction money is scheduled through PPACG, that's correct. So we're doing the design now to be ready for when that money becomes available.
Okay, thank you.
Council, we have other questions from council?
Dole, that isn't one lump sum, right? That comes in so often, so much per year, correct?
Yeah, it's over multiple years, correct.
Other questions? Okay. Roy, this is really a stellar job. This is quite an effort here. Excellent. One small, I guess, measure of this is when some of this was, there was an article hit the media last week, and I got an email back from a guy from Friends of the Incline. 18 months ago, he was really taking the city to task, and he was pretty upset. But it was a glowing report. He thought, boy, you guys are really setting the bar high, and you're making that bar. So this speaks well of the city's ability, and in particular, Roy, Dole, Kevin, Denise, getting us up to par. We're solving problems, I think. So I want to extend my appreciation to you all.
Thank you, and we do appreciate the input. It's tough. I mean, it's the toughest thing I've ever looked at. So, and there's a lot of components, and everything affects everything else. And as you know, Judith, I'm a fan of nature and green things and animals. So, if we ever do a lot thing, it's going to be something that's already there somehow. It's going to be already pavement, not new pavement. And I don't disagree with you. As you add, everything that I can understand is when you add place for more cars, you get more cars, and that they just come. And highways are good examples of that. When they expand them, you think, oh, great, for a year or two, you're like, hey, this is all right, and then suddenly you're back to gridlock. So, but we also have to look at if some of the data is showing that maybe we're a little deficient in some space. Maybe we have to have a little bit more space somewhere for certain, the peak periods. But we have to be really smart with that. And you did mention, and I know, they have some pavement now that will allow water to go into it, and they're being tested, I think, at not Breckenridge, Fort Collins. So we've been looking at those ideas. One of my favorite parking lots is Shriver. You have that neat water bioswale in the middle, and I see all kinds of animals there. And so right in a parking lot, you have this greenery. So we definitely have to think about all those things. And I get the data thing. I mean, it's funny you mentioned that, because I thought the same thing when I was like, okay, we get this, and it tells you to divert traffic, but where are we going to send it down? Beckers, And I'm thinking this is not good if we're going to divert it to neighborhoods that are quiet. So that wouldn't be the goal of that, of course. It would just seeing what we're dealing with and then finding better solutions than just diverting it through all the neighborhoods. So, but good point and good catch on that. So,
Dole, did you have a comment?
To the communications thing, because I think it's a great question, and I think the answer for us that we spend a lot of time thinking about is that it will make sense. And I know how simple that is, but I spent a weekend here when I was manager on duty, and I viewed the city as a visitor, and things did not make sense to me. And so I think that we spend a lot of time, and the reason why we're tiptoeing is so that we understand the implications, the variables, and that when someone rolls into town, no matter who they are, it makes sense what their options are and how to utilize the system. And so until we feel, we're implementing, we're testing, but that, I think, in the most basic level is you come in and you know what to do, and you get there, and then you go have a great time in town or whatever your destination is.
And you're not having them try to say the word schmishny.
Julie?
Are you also looking into, and I don't know if this is a fabulous idea necessarily, but there's been some discussion about looking into either requiring, telling the COG and the Incline, Colorado Springs, that you guys can get your own lot outside of Manitou and shuttle your people in and out that way, instead of adding to parking inside Manitou. And then I heard the idea, Manitou could always buy a lot in Colorado Springs too, and tell people, we're going to pick you up. We'll be there every half hour during the summer, and we'll haul you into Manitou, because we don't necessarily want to squeeze more cars in to a situation. So is that just one of the options that you'll all be evaluating, to look at not just off-site or on the periphery of town, but look at maybe something in on the west side or on 21st Street or something.
To ask the COG to do that, or for the city to do that?
Yeah, those are two options to look at.
Oh, both of those.
Yeah, either or.
Right, so the COG does have a lot somewhere in Old Colorado City.
They never used it,
Right,
so
but they
that
do
was
have it.
silly.
Right, they do have it. And
Yeah.
I do believe they did use it, but they're using it, that's part of the discussions on when they're gonna use it and how they can help us with that. So we'll continue with that, but then that could be the question in February to them for sure. And then you're saying that as a city, we should look for maybe something outside and.
I don't know if that's a good idea. I just want it to be an idea to be considered by somebody who knows more than I do.
Yes.
Because it might make more sense pollution-wise and congestion-wise for us to haul people in from the west side instead of trying to cram them into, someplace right downtown, even if it's not smack in the center of downtown.
I think any lot that, if we look at any other lots, they do need to be further outside Manitou somehow, east
Oh, not at La Fun,
or LaFun, I don't know.
Oh,
But
I don't know either. That's why I'm saying
Yes.
I'd like to have some kind of analysis or pros and cons of that as an option, because the thought of creating more spots for more cars to cram in more in Manitou doesn't sound like a step in the right direction to me personally.
yes, and when I said we would look for some more possible space, that wouldn't be in Manitou in the heart of the city or anything out here. Because this, I agree, there's nothing left, and it's to the max. So
I'm not talking about the heart of the city. I'm talking about, would you please do some analysis of whether it makes sense to have a parking lot owned by us or by our two big users, the COG and/or the Incline. I'm not talking about adding a new parking lot in the middle of town.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I would not want to do that. And so we would be looking at outside of town. Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think Denise
Yes,
maybe
okay.
may have a comment that's germane to this. Denise?
Yeah, I think all of that are great ideas, right? That's why we're trying to get the data, and then we'll come back. That's why streetlight data is going to be so important. Where are people coming from? What streets are they coming from? What time of the year? Where does it look like? Then you start making really good sound decisions based on where that's at, because you don't know where to go. So there'll be more coming. I think all of those are good ideas, and they're all on the table right now as we continue. So we'll keep you guys updated as we continue to manage. And I think Dole and Roy and all of them said it right. It's about the ease. And as we get this, we'll be doing presentations for the public. So as we get further along and as we start getting more information, we'll be doing information to the public so that they understand the information that we're gathering and how to move forward too. So this is just that periphery. Here are all the things we're working on, which is tremendous, and then we've got to go get all the information and then bring that back to you.
Yeah, and maybe I should mention that, I think you all saw Denise's email last week about the LaFun property. We do anticipate discussing that January the 18th.
That's in an executive session.
Right, but just to give you a heads up. Mr. Cheney, anything else?
No, I appreciate your time tonight, and there's still a lot of work to do and great ideas, and we're listening, and we're trying to improve things the best we can. So I appreciate any input, any time, because we can't see everything, and sometimes we can't understand everything. Like if something's happening on your street corner, you know the problem more than I'll ever know. So if anytime, let Denise send something her way and we'd love to get the data, the information from the people on the ground too that live here. So don't hesitate for that, okay?
Great, thank you very much.
I'd just like to say that you're doing a phenomenal job. You're a phenomenal job, and not only, there's just so many moving parts of this, but one of the things I really appreciate is some of the things that we've been talking about and asking about for years happened this summer. And I want to just acknowledge that the gratitude this town has, certainly my neighborhood and others that been talking about striping
putting speed limit signs down. So it happened, and I just want to acknowledge and tell you how grateful we are for you for that.
Well, thank you very much, and I just do want to give kudos out to the staff that actually have to do the striping and the signs, and they work hard, and then Denise supports everything I'm doing, so that's very important as well, so. But thank you, I appreciate your time tonight.
Great, thank you very much. Well, let's move on to receive or act on council correspondence. Does anyone have anything? Julie?
Oh, I just wanted to report back on the Planning Commission meeting that occurred last Wednesday for their monthly meeting. There was a unanimous vote to temporarily increase the setbacks for new commercial development to 20 feet. And they also agreed that they would like any new development, commercial development, to be limited to 2 stories on an interim basis until the code gets, rewritten in August or whenever that deadline will be. And they weren't sure how many feet that would translate to into height. They were looking at 9-foot ceilings for 2 stories, and they were going to see if they could come up with some actual numbers that might correspond to that concept, so it could be something that people can understand. They are going to task the city attorney to present them with a proposed ordinance at their January meeting and look at that and play with that. They also tasked planning staff, all 2 of them, I guess, which was an interesting concept, to find 4 or 5 buildings on Manitou Ave in the commercial district and actually measure their height. I guess you can take a cool laser beam or some beam that will tell you, and measure the height from the street. And even though the current planning code has this somewhat complicated way of measuring height, where you have to, go to the high part of your land and the low part of your land and then find the average and do the height from there, they're not going to do that complicated thing. They just want staff to tell them, how many feet up from Manitou Ave is Happy Cats, because that's a 2-story option, and look at a number of different places and report back to the Planning Commission with those numbers so that they can actually have some concept of what does 35 feet tall look like? What does 25 feet tall look, so, because they were talking about how random it is to just choose some number in terms of the height. They also agreed that they're going to, they want the ordinance to revoke temporarily the URA's current authority to add extra height. We right now have a height limit, and then you're allowed to actually get extra bonus points for doing certain things, and that'll give you even more height. They're eliminating that, so they just want it to be stick to 2 stories and figure out what that translates to into a number, the feet. I think that's it for that meeting. And then I got a call from someone in Ward 2 who explained that there's been a sinkhole for over a year on Sandra Lane with orange cones around it from where some culvert apparently has cracked, and so there are cones around it so you don't drive over it and, fall into the road. But they wanted to know, how do they find out if and when this is on the city schedule to be repaired? And I said, oh, well, let's look at the website together. And we spent all this time and couldn't find anything at all. And they said, isn't there some kind of a dashboard or some kind of a something on the website we can go to and find out when is our street going to be taken care of? And I said, I don't think so. We've asked the city administrator to do a dashboard for us in the community, but that hasn't happened, at least not yet. So then I got on the phone, and I was able to find a very nice gentleman whose name I left at home by mistake. I think it was Eric somebody, but he was able to explain that this was supposed to have been actually taken care of this year already, but because of shortage of staff and other COVID-related issues, it's been postponed. So it's definitely on their radar, and it's on their things to do list ASAP. and that they're hoping to hire a fifth guy and have a better crew. So that's all I have to report.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, when we come back, our next meeting, January the 4th, will be, I anticipate that we'll adopt a resolution, as we usually do at the beginning of the year, identifying which council members will have what liaison position. So I'll be emailing you all separately here in the next week or so with your existing assignments, and see if you still want to do those, or if you want to do something else. Or if you want to, you can just go ahead and email me and let me know what you'd like to do. That's all I've got. Okay, let's go on to the city administrator's report. Roy, if you've recovered your voice.
I have nothing else to report tonight. Thank you.
I have just a couple. Julie, I don't think they did a vote. They just did a discussion for the planning commission because they couldn't vote on it because it wasn't posted. So it was a discussion with a direction, and I just want to make sure because it wasn't posted properly or accordingly, so they couldn't take a vote on that. But it was a discussion with the direction that you mentioned.
Oh, thank you for that correction.
Yeah, and also if the paving plan is on our weekly updates, which is posted on our website. So you can always look on our website for the weekly updates, and they're posted. And then I always ask, if you have a question, please reach out to me instead of staff, and I can help answer any question that you have. So,
And this, I
Yeah,
did
my
ask
plan.
about the paving plan, because I remembered we got that 5-year
Yeah.
plan, but this is not on that plan, because this is not a paving issue, it's a repair issue. At least
Okay.
that's how it was explained to me.
yeah.
But I think it would be fabulous if people could have some way of looking stuff up on the web. I'm sorry, I'm not the best person at using websites, but I'm not the worst.
Yeah.
And neither of us could figure it out, and it turned out the information wasn't on there.
Yeah, thanks for, and we'll see what we can do, because, repairs are one thing, and they're changed daily, sometimes depending on what's happening, so, but we'll look at that and always go from there, so thank you for that. I do want to recognize, I think you guys can all state that Roy and his team did a phenomenal job tonight. What a very thorough presentation with lots of information, and just did a great job in a very strategic way of moving forward. So I want to recognize them for all of that. A couple of other things I need to mention is Thursday and all of a sudden I forgot the time, is the ribbon cutting for the hydro plant. And you're all invited. Everybody that shows will be able to cut the ribbon. So that is Thursday, the ribbon cutting. I'll send you an invite tomorrow. Sorry, I don't have the exact time down.
I believe it's
for
at
that.
1 o'clock.
Is it? Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
It had originally been scheduled for 2, but latest I have is 1 o'clock. Maybe you could confirm that.
I'll confirm and let you know. So that is Thursday. The geofencing, I sent you guys an email today about the scooters, that the city of Colorado Springs responded very quickly on that. So they've changed how far the scooters can come this way. So we'll see if that makes a difference, and please keep me posted if it doesn't. So we'll do that. Coffee with the city administrator is, I believe, also Thursday at Adams Mountain Cafe. So anybody that would like to meet with me and discuss any concerns or issues that they have in their neighborhood, that is Thursday morning, I believe. And then we raised about $3,200 for all the wood that was sold, and all of that will go back to trees and helping either trimming or planting more trees, so a total of $3,200. It was Friday night. There were about 40 planks here for sale, and they all sold, which was wonderful. So I wanted to give you an update on that. And then just want to say it's the end of 2021, and I want to thank all of you for a great year and for staff. It's been an amazing year. We've gotten a great deal accomplished. 2022 is going to be even more exciting as we move forward. I hope you saw the thank you card that staff wrote to all of you, and each of you got a little token of appreciation in front of you, and that's from me. So thank you for all that you do, and I hope you have a wonderful holiday and a great New Year's, and we'll see you in 2022.
Oh, and
Denise?
Denise, I just want to say thank you so much for solving that scooter problem, or getting that scooter problem solved in such a practical, fabulous way with your connection there. So I wanted to thank you for that.
And I just have a question too, that, because gave such a heartfelt thing in my questions, kind of, which was the question, but, so with the sinkhole, would it have been more beneficial for them to do a quick fix rather than?
See, Click Fix would have been great, right? Because we're responding to those very quickly. The other thing is, of course, they can call myself directly and I can get an answer very quickly.
Okay.
Or the council member can call me directly and I can get an answer. But See, Click Fix, we're really working on that. I think you'll see an improvement. Roy is meeting with everybody every Monday morning as we continue to manage through that. So that is always a quick way to get a response and see where it's at.
I was with John Weiss when he put it into C-Click Fix, so I'm not sure if there's a record of that or not.
Okay, well, thank you all. If there's no objections, we'll be adjourned for the rest of the year. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. I hope you all get a good chance to relax, and we'll see you next year.